Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Crossover powered by Everlove Concrete Repair in Omaha at everloveconcrete.com. John, Josh, and Nick. How are you?
Hello, Matt.
Good.
Hello. I'm great. I'm fine. I'm okay.
Thanks for your little recap of the hockey last night. I got to find out what happened in the hockey last night.
You're welcome. You're
the
welcome.
start of your show.
You're welcome. It was one of the best passes I've ever seen in
Yeah,
the
you
Stanley
said
Cup
that you're
final.
not good at the short post.
Yeah,
weak
there's
side.
the short side post shot is a very tricky shot in hockey, but it's one of my favorite.
That was always my
shots.
best attribute.
The short side post shot is one of the most underrated shots in hockey, and if you can shoot it, you should shoot it. And I very much enjoy passing it to people who can shoot it. That was my favorite thing to do. Not actually shoot it, though.
Yeah, I skipped it
But
last
the
night.
Carolina Hurricanes did not defend it yesterday.
Good. I don't
And
like
the
that.
Vegas Golden Knights.
I watched the last 12 minutes.
Oh, did you?
It
Whoa.
was on. What do you mean why? I mean,
Why?
it was on. The Cubs had just lost again.
What? That doesn't happen normally.
Because they can't score any runs again.
New 10-game losing streak starts
We
now.
still bad in Swanson, PCA, and the other guy who are paying like $1 billion, 7, 8, and 9. Is that still happening?
Oh, I mean, it's still happening.
That's great. I love paying $500 million for the bottom of my order.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm a
I
big
mean,
fan
the
of
Cubs,
that.
the Cubs payroll right now is the best argument that the owners have of, see, this is why we need a cap.
And then the White
these guys
Sox
ain't worth this
the
much
White
money.
Sox center fielder.
They should be getting minimum wage.
The White Sox center fielder played for the Savannah Bananas, and he's got a higher OPS than PCA.
Not to turn your guys' cry fest away and back to hockey for just a moment. But
Ugh.
did you see? I'm sorry, Nick. Did you see in was it Tennessee? The broadcast for some reason did not have on the ABC affiliates. It did not have announcers, and so the game started, and there were all these tweets that were like, "Do you have announcers? I don't have announcers. I don't have announcers." And
Wow.
so, oh, never mind. It was in Indianapolis. And so Awful Announcing had the video of what it sounded like in Indianapolis to start the game.
Oh, yeah.
And so it was just crowd noise.
Nice.
It was pretty cool.
Don't
was-
do that. Don't be that guy.
Yeah, don't be that
No,
guy.
I'm not
be that
saying
guy.
ban announcers. I'm just saying
Don't
it
be
was
that guy.
pretty cool. I like announcers.
Well, then how is it pretty cool?
How-
It was
pretty
just cool
cool.
because sometimes a glitch can be fun for a moment, and then I like announcers.
I mean,
like Sean
NBC
McDonough.
literally did a whole NFL game without
I know
announcers,
they did, John.
and it was terrible.
I just said it was pretty cool.
You know what? I bet that football games
guys
would be
are
a lot
babies.
better without spotters.
Yeah, I think we should get rid of
I
all
think
the
they
spotters.
would
didn't
be.
even say to ban them. I just said
You said it was
cool.
pretty. You were in support of
Said
it.
it was pretty
Not the whole
cool.
game, just like 30 seconds.
Hey,
Pretty
you
cool.
know this whole thing my entire career is based on? Get rid of it.
Get rid of it.
You guys are a bunch of babies.
What
I
if
love
what if
spotters.
Indianapolis?
They're great.
What if people listening on the Zone app in Indianapolis
shout out.
got the Zone? We got the show without announcers.
I like how Josh patronizes
It'd just be the hum of our broken refrigerator,
It would be.
Dude, that thing sucks.
and occasionally
We call it
Nick punching a
cicadas.
button.
That's
Yeah.
what I thought it sounded
Yeah, it
like.
sounds
It,
like
it just sounds like
cicada.
cicadas.
Yeah,
Muffled cicadas.
yeah.
I mean, it's got to have that real like.
Can I be real? I did not know. I guess I'm so loud. I did not notice it throughout the show.
It happens sometimes, and sometimes it just kind of stops. I don't know why.
I really notice when I take off my headphones.
Mhm.
When we're on, I don't notice it.
I notice it the most when my headphones are on because it's coming from behind me. I turn off my headphones.
You mean turn off
Or
your
my
microphone?
mic, yeah. I turn off my mic, nothing.
Oh, these guys are fighting over a bat. These guys are fighting over a bat.
I guess we got to turn off your mic, Nick.
Probably.
And then he got it. That guy won the bat battle.
Battle.
There was a battle.
Battle.
I like how Josh patronizes me just slightly for talking about hockey as if the Stanley Cup final isn't going on.
I said thank you.
It's as if like I'm talking about a throwaway game in Rochester in February.
No, okay.
We understand why you're talking about it. It's a big deal. We just don't care.
No. You
I'm
guys
sorry, I
are
don't care.
you're misunderstanding me. I patronize you about stuff you talk about that I tell you stop talking about that so much. A lot. Not hockey, though.
What? Like what?
I'm not going to say any of the things. Okay, I'll say other things. Matt, you do those segments where I don't want to be critical of you. That's
Don't be
me.
critical. Be critical.
You do the segments where it's like, hey, Nebraska wrestling has a thing tonight. Who cares? Nobody cares. Nobody cares. They don't have to tell us about
That is
wrestling.
crazy. There
No,
are
no,
people.
this
There are
isn't a-
people. There are people who do slightly care about
Don't-
Nebraska wrestling.
those people-
where you do the car wash and you go, "Hey, this little thing's happening. This little
Your
thing's happening. This
show
little
is
thing's
not a
happening."
bulletin board.
Well, sometimes when you got 3 minutes to blow,
No,
I'm pretty good in under 3 minutes.
If you
I
have-
just I just blow a lot of bulletins.
Let the Kings talk to you.
If
When
you have
a
3
fight with
minutes
the
to
Kings,
blow, make fun of Nick, and then get all the message board people mad at you.
That's
That's
you
what
do.
you
I
do.
can't make fun of.
That is true. That was about a 3-minute segment.
It was just like, oh crap, we're up against it. Hey Josh, did you see this thing? And then off to the
And then
races.
off to the message board.
And here comes Golden Tempo for
I love
3.
those guys. They planned. They wanted to make everyone mad. It
Yeah.
was an accident.
And
It didn't-
John's just eating his wife's slop every night, and I got to hear about it.
exactly. So,
yeah, see?
but I was cool.
And
with
what'd
it.
you get out of talking about Nebraska wrestling? Probably
I-
someone on the message board's going, man, I hope Bobby Heenan throws a chair in the ring.
Yeah, what happened with that Ferrari guy? He left or something? Screw that guy.
Lewis Hamilton?
No,
No.
Ferrari, Mr.
AJ Ferrari.
We cover that.
Yeah, you
The,
didn't.
the,
That
the,
surprises
the
me.
big
I cover
NIL
everything. We gotta
addition
cover
that
everything.
ended
Covered
up
too many
being kind of
things.
a problematic dude.
Too many things. You
I
covered
did
too
do
many
a
things.
recruiting segment
Too
today,
many
so I'm sure you'd
cooks.
love that.
What was that about?
Dude, they are getting none of the edge or linebackers that they want in the class of 27.
They're not edging anymore.
They are getting like
least they got
the
the quarterback.
linebacker room is good now, but it's like they have swung and missed on a
Well-
lot of edges and linebackers, and the board is getting thin.
Well, then Matt Rule needs to put in a call to Les Snead, and they can pull off a trade. Get an edge.
I mean, they're
That's
doing
going to
good.
happen someday, by the way. Within 10 years, would not be surprised if we have trades in college football.
I
think
think you
that
were going
would-
to say you could trade with the NFL. I was going to say, John.
No. Well,
That would
I mean,
that would
Trades in college football.
essentially, Alabama
Dude,
traded with
you know
the
how, like,
with the G League to get Bediako.
That's true.
I not that I disagree with you guys, but it's like, how do the credits transfer? Am I asking the wrong questions? Do we not care about these kids' educations anymore?
No, they don't.
You nailed
That's
it.
so
They
terrible.
literally don't.
I don't mean to
Did
be
they
that
ever?
guy, but it is quite terrible. Where
It
it's like
is.
some
I'm
of
not-
these
I'm not
some of
disagreeing.
these
You're
kids
failing this
do
class?
go
No,
and
you're
are
not.
like, I'd like to actually go to school.
Yeah.
here. That's still a part of some of these
Yeah.
kids' process, and they just get shipped off to a completely different state, completely
Well, it's
different
because
campus. The credits don't transfer. They
the-
got to be in college for
The
longer.
mindset has flipped now because a lot of, it used to be parents were like, man, I hope Johnny is good at football or basketball so they can get a scholarship and get an education. Now it's, I hope Johnny's good enough at football or basketball so they can go to big name school
Sure.
and get him ready for the National Football League or the NBA.
So I agree
It's
that
changed.
I agree that probably it's more of the latter than the former, but it doesn't mean that the former is extinct. You
No,
know, they're
it-
definitely
well, it-
Dinosaurs.
it's not extinct,
there are
but
still kids
it's
who are-
not a
there are
priority.
but there are still kids who are going to certain colleges because they're like, hey, I like the education. I like that. I
Oh,
want to learn here.
Absolutely.
That's
but
why
in terms,
Northwestern still has recruiting classes.
But in terms of the enrollment and getting through and,
I know.
all of
I
that
just
stuff,
I don't like it.
those
I don't-
types of things that used to be difficult and you literally had to have people do that. Now it's just like, doesn't matter.
You do-
we're gonna
trades.
fudge and we're gonna let this person in no matter what.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I think there probably are more straws that would occur before it. But if there were trades in college football, that'd be my straw that breaks the camel's back. In terms of just being like, this is dumb.
That would
this
be
is
the thing?
stupid. No, I'm saying that's why I admitted that there probably are more straws to be broken before that.
Mm.
But I don't know. I don't like the idea of that. I don't like the idea of that at all.
Oh no, I'm just
I don't like the idea of it.
He's just spitballing, Matt.
spitballing.
But I don't think he's the reason why I'm mad. I'm not mad at John.
You're pre-triggered?
John's right. John's right. You're right. There will be trades in college football, and I think it's dumb. I think it's stupid.
Hmm.
I think it defeats a lot of. I mean, the foundation of what college sports used to be is gone anyway. So who cares? But like, it's just another one of those things.
I mean,
where
it's
like,
all drifting towards a professional league.
the Drift Boys.
Yeah, did you see what Bavacqua did? See what the Notre Dame
Tom
AD
Bavacqua, former Channel 3
No,
meteorologist.
Pete Bavacqua. I think you say his last name Bavacqua. That's what I'm going to go with. I think it rolls off.
I
the
love
tongue nice.
Bavacqua. It's a great name.
Pete
Sounds like
goes up.
water.
He apparently there's this congressional hearing that's happening. And did
Sounds
you
like a pastry?
did you see him go? Hey, the easiest way to make the most money for TV would to be a super league, to make a super league.
Sure.
And then he says, I don't want a super league. I don't want a super league, but the most amount of money to be made is in the super league. I don't want it, but here's a mock schedule of what a super league would look like. That is the most
It's like,
1
I don't
foot
care.
in, 1 foot out crap I've ever seen in my life.
Well, you know,
it makes
his
the
back-
most money, and this is what it would look like,
you
but
know-
I don't want it.
But his background, he was in TV.
Yeah, he was the NBC, the
Yeah.
president of NBC.
Yeah. So I mean, he's literally got two toes in different waters.
I hate all of this. this. I want the.
You're too young to be this angry.
I want the
about
preview
sports.
magazines to come out so I can stop talking about Congress and
Matt,
litigation and laws.
I mean, it's any day now. We're past Memorial Day.
Steel is 3 days away from it going to press.
I'm impressed that you, a young Gen Zer, is like, I need to get the magazine in printed form to hold in my hand.
I have 4 magazines I'm going to buy. I'm going to buy Athlon, Lindy, Phil Steele, and I'm going to get our Pick 6 preview. Best preview
Shout
out there.
out. Oh yeah, are we getting that?
We'll figure it
station?
out. I gotta
Okay.
do. I've been busy.
Okay. Yeah, you had this. That had this great idea for a pre-College World Series gathering amongst the station. And then yesterday I reached out to him about something else, and he goes, "Hey, what would you think about a pre-football season gathering?" And I said, "Oh, whatever happened to that College World Series gathering?"
So here's why. You brought up the point of like people would be like you'd be prepping for the College World Series.
Yeah,
like you would be doing
Homie
all
ain't
of
doing
that.
Nothing
my
before
idea
the
was
College
don't
World
do it
Series.
before, do it after.
You would, and so, but the problem is that I'm gone not the week after the CWS, but the week after that. So now I'm like, I feel like we're a little bit too removed from having like a post CWS party.
So it's gonna be a pre-football season.
So it'll be a
party.
pre-football season party. I want to rent out bowling lanes. I want to rent out a bowling alley, and we'll just
Sounds
all
like
come together.
That's called
fan-
camaraderie.
Yeah, all of us. All of you are invited.
Oh,
Nick's
thanks.
invited. Josh.
Even see, it's nice that Matt invites Nick to places.
It is.
Yeah.
Bring your wives. Bring your kids. Bring whomever you would like. And
Ugh.
It's even better that you're going to do it in Lincoln. Thank you.
what would you like us to do? Well, I mean, we can. I would love for you to come out to it. Is there anything I can do to get you to come out for that?
Has to be right
will
after
cater,
the show.
John, I will cater around you.
No, you
after the
do
show.
not
Yes,
need
yes,
to cater
yes,
around.
I
No,
do.
I do not
I
ask for special
I
treatment.
want to hang out with you.
Here's what I think that this would be the best way to get John there. If it is a Friday after the show where we're starting at 6:30.
in Lincoln.
Because that is the closest. It has to be right after the show.
John, don't do this. All right.
Or you have to leave the station. John has stayed after work for only a few things: mandatory meetings and the surprise party for Stibbs.
Mhm.
That's pretty much it.
Wow, Stibbs was that big of a deal?
Stibbs is a great deal. He's
Yeah.
a big deal.
That's such a high
He's
compliment.
filling in next week.
Well,
by the
I
way.
mean,
coming
he-
from you, you don't throw those out.
He was
there willy-nilly.
integral to the growth of this show.
Stibbs needs your movie club pick for next Friday. By the way,
Oh yeah.
that's going to be great.
John has never
mean,
said I'm
this
proud of
Friday.
you to me,
Yeah,
and
this
I'm just fighting for that. I'm just fighting.
Well,
for it.
it took
Fridays.
Stibbs to die before I would
Yes.
say that.
Many
So,
Fridays.
Wow.
I mean, he is gone now. So R.I.P.
Yeah.
R.I.P. Stibbs.
Yeah.
I need him to make me music though, because
You could just ask.
I've kind of hinted at it, but I haven't fully.
Why don't you just ask?
First of all, the morning show, who has usurped our musicians,
Yeah.
are now making multiple opens.
Yeah, they have seasonal opens.
Yeah.
Now, in fairness to Ian, I mean, we have a bunch of different Unsportsmanlike Conduct opens. We play one of them at Christmas time.
Mhm.
We have a Halloween one, or
We
did
did-
you make that?
I made the Halloween
He
one.
made
And then we have like the orchestral version. Remember that one?
Yeah, like the sad
Do we
version.
have a children's choir version of the theme song?
think
That's
so.
what I
Well, we
want.
need to find the
Like
original
Creep,
files.
remember the trailer for Social Network?
I
where it
found them.
was-
I have them. They're
Yeah.
in Stibbs' folder. I know where they are.
Well, we need to find these.
The
yeah, I
Ian
got
files.
a death metal.
I know where they are.
No, I
Death
was
metal
making a
middays.
joke
I
Yeah,
know.
about
I use that at
files.
the end of the show.
You don't want a
We
death
need to find
metal
them,
one, do
Nick.
you?
I know where they are, but find them.
but I was not picky at all, and it's an incredible song that he made.
Which song?
The one that we play at the end of every
Oh,
show.
the one that
Days
you
with
didn't
Matt.
like enough to play at the start of your show.
The one that should have probably been the open to the show
And
because
then
that's
you
what it was
made it.
made for.
But yours is cool too.
Remember, what about Pony Creek?
I
They're
don't
the ones
want
who
that.
made us our clothes bed.
Or close bed.
Yeah,
I don't want it to be put on that I'm insulting the incredible works of Ian. It just fits
Don't
better
worry.
at the
Did
it fits
the,
better at the end of the show.
Definitely.
Then I love my intro. I love my intro.
Hey,
Was the Pony Creek thing, did that have words?
It did. We can't play any of them anymore because it needs updated.
why?
What
What's wrong with
words are in there?
Well, the morning show has two people who aren't on the morning show anymore, or even in this
Oh,
building.
that's right. It was an all station
Yeah.
song. It
Oh,
wasn't
I
just a
didn't
show.
remember that.
That's right.
Yeah.
them? Awesome.
Yep.
That's right.
Carry a Damon, it'll never go away. Make boss cool in the midday.
Is that what it was?
No.
And don't forget Jason Peter. Oh, wait. I already did.
Jeez.
He wasn't here
Well, I
very
mean, he
long.
was here for like 5
6
minutes.
Yeah.
And then it was like
It was an incredible.
he was in, he
time.
was out.
Shocker.
Yeah. Get on the scale, get off the scale. It was very quick.
Yeah.
Very, very quick.
And don't forget Bob Bruce. He is the Godfather. If
Kevin
the
and
Godfather
Michael.
was an angry guy who always overdressed for the job.
Michael Thompson. Have you met his wife?
Nobody ever called him Michael Thompson.
I didn't know the guy. I didn't know any of
But
these
you know about his
guys.
wife.
He just went by Mike.
You know about his wife.
He was the most East Coast and West Coast person I've ever met in my life, and he tried to make it work in the Midwest.
Mike, I hope you're doing well, man.
Me too.
Hope your teeth are
Hey,
doing
listen,
well.
Buddy.
What is he,
Mike
George
did a lot.
Washington?
Mike did a lot of good things.
He did. He
He-
really did.
Chompers.
We wouldn't have this segment
Came
without
back and he had
Mike.
no memory, he had no teeth. Remember that?
That was awesome.
Wait, which unsportsmanlike content?
No,
That one's-
no.
that's
The
a
crossover.
That's in
Oh.
The
Tepper era.
crossover was
Content
was
that's
a
unsportsmanlike.
You know what Unsportsmanlike content
Mike
used to be
Thompson.
called?
What you say?
What you said.
And
What
then
you
it was
say?
just a song. I'm the one who actually made the intro for content.
It would be nice
Congrats,
to have
man.
a
Thank you.
blow through. It would be
That was
nice
a Tepper
to have a
idea.
blow through. I don't even know what that is. What's a blow through?
So we blow through the top of the
Yeah,
hour.
back when the only time that we had our normal clock was the 5 o'clock hour.
That was the only time we would blow through the top of the hour.
Yes.
By the way, J-Man reminds us of Mike Thompson with hoagie in mouth. Nick, can we find that promo somewhere in the deep, dark archives?
I have a
I can dig
I
through
have
his
a
folder
really
and try to
good.
find it.
By the way, Stips points out we were doing the crossover with Nick before Mike got there. Yeah, I think
I thought that was a
Oh.
Tepper thing.
Mike just gave it the name, but we were doing that. I thought
You
Oh, you might be. Yeah,
But
you're
he
right.
did take credit for it. He's like, "Yep," and I came up with it. I don't think that's totally.
let me
true.
ask.
Well,
Stips says he made the other shows do it.
he-
That's what it was.
But he gave us
Hoagie in mouth.
the manual of how to answer phone calls.
Oh my gosh.
I forgot about the phone manual.
I wish that we had a recorded video of his first meeting with the station and all of the things that he said. I had
And
this
he-
guy that got shot.
and and he basically called out one person in the room, and remember, one person in the room was chit-chatting with his co-host,
Oh yeah.
and he basically got called out like a naughty kid
I
in
for-
8th grade algebra class.
Wow, I did forget about that part of it.
That was it was
yeah, it was
it
wild time.
reminded me of a teacher just stopping in the middle of instruction and saying, "Young man,
Yeah.
Really?
if
He
you'd
did
like to
that a
speak, we can
grown-up?
do so after class."
Yep.
It was incredible.
I wish I could have seen that.
Yeah, it was pretty wild.
I'm still
Pretty wild.
part-time at that point.
Yeah,
That was a long meeting. God, our meetings used to be so long back in those days.
Yeah, but they're not as long as the silo meetings.
We had these meetings in the silo days that took, I swear to God, like there was like 90-minute meetings
Why?
to plan.
For what?
Exactly.
Exactly.
What are you
'Cause there were
planning
too
for?
many people in those meetings.
What are the silo
It was
days?
our boss. It was, well, there were silos drawn.
There were
He
silos.
drew
It's like,
silos.
yeah, it's like we're supposed to fill the silos with ideas. and then the most epic moment in the silo meetings happened, and I was gone that day.
You were not there that day.
What was the most epic moment? Did somebody quit?
When
Michael and Damon argued.
Michael and Damon argued, and didn't Michael just yell,
So-
"Google it"?
Google. So,
So
so
he's yelled that.
He was Google it before Google Meet said
Yeah.
Google Meet.
So because it was when we only had 2 shows and we were bringing Nick back, and so there was this whole debate about like, what are we going to do with guests? You know, remember that was the thing back then.
Oh yeah, it's like,
what about guests?
what about guests? Well, we always have Sip. Oh, well, we always have Robin. Well, we always have.
We're laming. This is our guy now. Like seriously, that happened.
There was a morning show producer who used to work here that I won't name, who was very short and annoying, who used to have this really weird territorial sense about
He
guests.
wouldn't give out phone numbers to people. So
Yeah.
anyway, there was this
Really?
debate, and Michael was
I
like,
asked him for a number once, like, what do you do for me?
Is this? Yeah, I don't think he. Did I know this person?
No.
No.
No. And so Michael was like, look, it'll be fine. They do this in
Bigger
New
markets
Mexico.
in New Mexico. Yeah.
Well, because like New Mexico is the same size, and they don't even have Nebraska football there. They do it there, and he was like, Google it, and like seriously, they were yelling at each other. It was awesome, good times.
And I
But those
missed it.
meetings, so seriously, it was upstairs boss, it was
Neil.
downstairs boss, and then it was
all the hosts.
promotions. There was the wrestling guy that was there for
Wrestling
some reason.
guy?
There was this wrestling guy. Remember that wrestling guy?
The wrestling
guy who
guy?
gave us all the wrestlers. Who would
Oh,
come-
that guy.
yeah, and it was like, yeah, so it was like promo person. Stacy was there. It was just like the meetings were 100 people. It was wild.
There are more people
For
in
2
those
shows.
meetings than work in this building now.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
in the meetings that I've been to, I've just been like, I just sit there and I go, just tell me what I need to do. Just okay,
Yep.
great, sounds good, appreciate it. I'd like a big clock. No, all right,
We
that's
do need a
fine.
big clock. By the way,
We need a big clock.
Steve says that was the best PowerPoint presentation I've ever seen. He had a slide about John Gotti getting shot. He's like, one of my hosts got shot. It was awesome. God, that was an all-timer.
I'm trying to see if
No,
Look
it
on
wasn't
Nick
John
Fox.
Gotti. It was the
Different guy?
No, it was the head of the Guardian Angels, Curtis Sliwa.
Is that who it was?
Yes.
And then I
wait, did he run for mayor recently?
No,
versus
he might have.
Mamdani? Didn't Sliwa run for something in New York?
He might have. I don't know, but
I think
was
he
the head
did.
of
He wears
Guardian
the
Angels.
beret, right,
Yeah.
or that hat.
Yeah, he's a Guardian Angel.
That's who he was talking about?
Yeah,
Thompson was?
because he was a
Wow.
radio show host.
I forgot about that. Plus, who was his guy that he got his big break for? Well, Max Kellerman was one, and then your college basketball guy, Rothstein.
Oh, Rothstein.
He's a big Rothstein guy.
We got his big break.
Thompson
Wow.
was the one who hired Rothstein.
Wow.
Pretty cool.
And now we have to indulge his tweets for
Mm-hmm.
we sleep in May. We sleep in May. No, we don't sleep in May.
Mhm.
Well, you don't like his top 45?
Yeah, I don't give a damn.
Yeah, I don't
Creighton
like
is
his
40.
Cool. You know what?
Projected to be a 12 seed in the new expanded tournament.
That and $1 gets me a meat snack out of the new Coke/meat snack fridge.
Well, Creighton is projected to be in the crown wing of the NCAA tournament next year.
Oh, congrats on the second crown appearance.
John writes on the text line, isn't Mike the one that called me to ask why I was complaining about the old-timey music he made you guys play during the breaks back in the day? So he must have wrote an email criticizing him and he got a phone call. We had this great song, Radio.
What would life be without it? It was an old PSA they used back like 30 years ago.
That's incredible.
I'm gonna
That was a
hopefully
good
I'll
time.
be here at 1620 the zone long enough to like reminisce about old PSAs. Be like, we used to have this thing called dedication.
I was gonna say,
God,
yeah.
I love dedication.
Yep.
How did you teach your son to ride a bike when you didn't know how to ride a bike? I didn't teach him how to ride a bike.
Dedication.
I just created an environment and they taught themselves.
Mm.
Oh, what a PSA.
These were the good old days.
You know what? I forgot something. We do need to acknowledge something for our friends out in central Nebraska. Today is an anniversary.
Uh-oh.
Today is the anniversary of their 69th and coming.
What was that?
The night of the Twisters.
Wow. Congrats.
Well, I mean, yeah, they survived.
All
Well,
right, congrats on not dying.
Sadly, all but
Shout
five
out.
people. All but 5 people.
Oh.
survived.
See, I was gonna make a joke, but now I don't. I feel like I shouldn't.
R.I.P.
Rest in peace.
Yep. Yes, Matt?
No comment.
No comment. Wow.
You had
Afraid
to be
speak.
there. We had a great call when we were reminiscing about the
I have a
75
video
Omaha
on my phone
tornado.
somewhere. I'll find it.
I have the
What?
audio.
Somebody was
There was an old man named Jerry who called
Jerry.
in and he was reminiscing about the
Tornado.
tornado at 69th and coming. And he said that's where his house was. And Josh laughs while this
No,
old man is
no,
giving
I
a very
said nice.
heartfelt.
Yeah, but you were laughing.
And then after the phone call, Josh was convinced
I
that
thought
it
he
was
was
just
fake.
a guy doing an old man voice.
Stibbs. Hey, I remember the 69th and
No, he sounded like an actual just old guy.
I think he sounded like Stibbs.
one time Gary called into the show on the road back from the Summit League tournament and was like, he was like somebody from somewhere else and he was like yelling. And I go, this guy's an idiot. And I just hung up on him
Fun bit.
like 30 seconds in. And he was just like, why'd you hang up on me? I was like, you're a bad call.
Nice.
A bad call. So anyway, happy
Shout out.
46th anniversary.
Happy anniversary.
Why are you happy anniversary? That's not a happy anniversary.
It's
You
an
don't say-
anniversary.
If you're saying there are good gimmicks and bad gimmicks, you can't say happy to every bad anniversary.
Happy anniversary to the Hindenburg.
Yeah, hey, Josh got divorced. Happy anniversary, Josh.
Thank you.
People survived. That means it's happy.
Hawaii.
They rebuilt the town. It's bigger than ever. And they have the state fair. And they have 1620 the zone. I'd say Grand Island came out ahead.
Shout out.
Do you want to tell those people who passed away that
Well,
they
no,
came
I
out
can't
ahead?
because they're passed away.
R.I.P.
So now I'm laughing.
R.I.P.
Now I'm the ass.
Well, you definitely are.
Yeah.
That would be a great segment to have. Now I'm the ass.
Is it just about you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now I'm the
It's a good
ass.
bit idea.
There's another great segment idea. I'm thinking of it right now. Taste Test Wednesday. How about that? My new segment idea.
We already had one show at this station steal that, so might as well have you do it too.
Mm.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Taste
indeed.
Test Wednesday just might be Matt eats his lunch on the air while Josh hosts for 10 minutes.
Hosts.
Not a bad idea. Chris says, I remember a guy doing a commercial asking to call the show and leave messages to make the channel better. LOL. Did Thompson do that too?
I don't remember.
Think
Call
he
and tell
might
us how to be better?
That sounds like something he would have done.
Wow,
I
that's
don't
awesome.
remember that.
Shout out to you, Mike.
If anything, because I think he did some streaming exclusive stuff.
That's
Yeah.
exciting.
Our new app promo is like, the only thing we can't cure is bad takes. And I'm like, speak about the other shows. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's true. My favorite of his promos was the one about the kids being into devilry.
Yeah. Your kid's got some deviltry on your arm. You don't want to go home to your hag of a wife that you married and you
Oh my
refused to
God.
divorce for some
That's
reason.
what his commercials
Oh
were.
my
Yeah.
God.
But we always joked about Thompson stuff because it was always so specific
It
to him.
was.
It was very-
Are you from the East
it
Coast
was-
and you not work in the Midwest? And nobody understands any of your references. Is your wife?
Your, your wife from another country and runs out in front of a bus?
Do you ever live on the West Coast, but then you come back to the Midwest for your dental work?
That guy was something else.
He
And
was.
then remember when we were watching the NFL a few years ago? It was like Mike Thompson's in a commercial.
Yes.
that was on TV every
Blew
Sunday.
us away.
And then he was in a Lil Wayne music video. It was Lil Wayne and DaBaby, I think.
That was awesome.
This guy sounds awesome.
He's awesome.
Yeah, he was. He was a real character. Real character.
He'll still text me once in a while, like, "Hey, buddy, how you doing?"
He's
Yeah.
a good dude.
I'm great,
He
Mike.
was a good dude. I mean,
I like
For sure.
I have no qualms with Mike at all.
Yeah.
He was a good dude.
You feel like Clark Kent? Wouldn't you rather be Superman? Talk to my guys at Rock Hard.
Jimmy kind of nails it. It sounds like an "I think you should leave" bit. It really does.
Mike?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Good luck with that, Dan.
By the way, so Stib says that's true. Nice. Remember, he had listeners come to the station and eat pizza. He invited them one
Oh,
evening.
that's right.
Had everyone write what
Yeah.
show they listened to the
That's
most,
right.
and that's what they did and didn't like about each show. And he says Jed came. I forgot about that.
I remember that.
Yeah.
God,
'cause I
it
asked Jed
sounded like
about
it was so much more fun.
I asked Jed. I was like, "So what happened there?" And he's like, "Yeah, we ate pizza and talked about the station." Pretty wild.
It's just a focus group. He just did a focus group.
He did a focus
He
group.
did a focus group.
Which is kind of smart, actually.
Mhm. Yeah, for sure. That's awesome. Why don't you do a focus group? The Middays with Matt focus group.
I'm okay.
What do you do well and what do you do poorly?
We already have the Itty Bit Committee. So
Okay, I'm
the
just-
Itty Bit Committee.
it's Nathan from Ohio who sends me cigars, who I love very much and very deeply. Comes on and he gives me bit ideas. We haven't had an itty bitty bit committee in a while.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
Mhm.
Or just trying to give you ideas.
Yeah.
You want it to be as fun as it was in the Thompson days.
So focus group does not sound like a way to make it fun.
What if there's pizza?
Yeah. Well,
Pizza
I've
makes
done,
everything
I've
fun.
done other things to help make things fun around here that hopefully will happen in a couple months.
We'll see about that.
yeah.
John
see about
definitely
that.
won't show up.
Probably not.
Well, it's not in Lincoln, you know. If it ain't in Lincoln, John's not showing up. Real team
Steve
player.
says get all the Matt haters in one room and feed them pizza and tell them to roast you.
Oh, that could be great video content.
Isn't that just called the morning crossover?
Or the afternoon crossover.
Yeah.
Or just you being on the air. This is a great idea. The roast of Matt.
The roast of Matt happens every single day
But
from
with pizza.
9
But with
morning-
pizza.
Yeah. the
Well, we
roast
do
of
it
Matt
with
now-
Arby's now.
Now with pizza. That's true. We do. do
But
it
we
with
all get actual pizza and then Matt gets frozen pizza.
That's a great idea. Or just like the tiniest leftover slice at the very
One of
end.
those tiny
You guys just looking
microwavable
to
personal
torture
pizzas.
Me. When you don't like me, this is ridiculous.
Matt, I'm a huge fan of your work. You know this.
It doesn't sound like it. You came in, you know, complaining about the hockey. Oh, the hockey.
Again,
Matt's
you're
talking
missing-
about hockey.
I said thank you because I didn't know what happened in the game. Thank you.
it was a bad game. Some people
Wait,
say
you thought it was a bad
He's
game?
a-
Everyone was talking about how great it was.
He's a hockey purist.
it was bad defense.
John, you know, like when in football, when the game is like 42-39, and you're like, that's not fun. That was him last night.
it just kind of was like I like it when it's like competitive and hard hitting and like you got to fight and claw for every goal. We're just letting guys just go to the back post uncovered to tip a puck in. We're just having guys uncovered in the
Said that
slot.
last
with
well, then
three
they
guys
must have
below.
been really crappy
been
at
saying
shooting
this.
because it was
We
only
just
4-3.
I mean, they had they had three guys playing defense below the goal line. It's just like you guys. This is not
okay,
hockey.
this is like 400 level
Well, if
hockey.
you're below the
We
goal
need to
line,
be
does that mean you're
100
encased
level
in ice?
hockey.
The last goal of the game was one of the coolest passes I've ever seen, though, in my entire life.
I need to check this out.
It was so sick.
Yeah,
guy-
but it,
the
but
guy
it came-
wasn't-
But it came after a non-call on an icing.
Yes, it did come after. It actually was a correct call. Yeah, I don't know. It was for the casual viewer, it was great. It was great for the NHL. For me, I was just like, it's good. It's not great. It wasn't as great. As
Okay.
people thought.
I'm going to
All
say
right.
Happy New Year. This was fun.
This was a great time.
I had fun. I like talking about the old days.
Yeah.
Some days these will be the old days. Like, remember that one time we all roasted
Well, yeah, but there
Matt?
won't be any more radio to talk about when we.
Hey, remember the
become old
internet-
Yeah, it'll all
That'd
just
be-
be silent.
That'd be sick in like
Josh.
in 9 years if I'm on like If maybe like one of us is on television.
If I'm one of us is on television,
One
you sound
of
like
us is
Tommy
on
Boy. You could put
television.
6 packs of soda in here, milk, yogurt, candy bars in the freezer.
And we're all like, remember when we used to make fun of that kid? And now
And look
he's screaming.
now, he's in the crowd at the hot dog eating contest. He's made it big. He's talking to drunk people on the 4th of July. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Well, it's the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. That's the other thing I can't wait for when we get the new studios. When we put up these things that we're supposed to read,
Big clock.
I won't have this in my way.
That'll be nice. That'll be nice.
I suggest we have a nice big bulletin board, or maybe it's a digital screen that has those.
What about a big whiteboard?
How about we use this TV to do that since this thing is old and crappy, and then we get a new TV?
I like that idea.
Awesome. We'll run it by the bosses.
It'd be nice to have a blow through.
It would be nice.
And we will have one in about 3 hours and 15 minutes.
No.
That's your
Oh,
end.
no,
That's the end
2
of your
hours.
show.
2 hours
Yeah,
and
you'll be
15
talking about
minutes.
what slop you're eating tonight
Hell
in
yeah,
3
we
hours
will.
and 15 minutes.
I already know. Yep.
All right. Well, we'll be back on 1620 The Zone.
KOCN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
I don't know what it is, but today feels like the first day where it's summer.
What?
No, I feel that. It's more of a summer vibe outside
It's
than
a
it has
summer
been.
vibe today, more so than I felt yet this summer.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620
Yes.
The Zone.
But it will be in a couple weeks.
Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
I don't know, just something about
Same temperature yesterday.
no. It's not necessarily about the weather, but just how it looks, how
the
it
vibe.
feels. Yes, to use a Nickism, the vibe.
The blue skies, the green grass,
The crops are coming up. The fields are starting to look green.
the crops, Josh.
Love when I can see the green out in the fields.
Mm-hmm.
It's just got that vibe. We got baseball on today. You know, it just feels like summer. And imagine there are some jackwagons out there that they don't want to enjoy this time of year.
I
They just
love
wanna-
this time of
They
year.
just want to fast forward everything to when it gets cold and dark.
Yeah. They want to read German books and literature and then watch football.
Mhm.
Or they want to read German literature and books because they want to do that and they want to enjoy their time. I was telling Mike Schaefer about you today, John, and how you always get mad at me because I want to fast
Because
forward,
you fast forward.
but I don't want to. I'm having
Yes, you do.
I'm having a great time. I have all
Oh.
sorts of summer plans.
Do you?
Put in my vacation times yesterday, so that's exciting. I
Mhm.
got a bevy of books on the docket that I'm going to
Mhm.
be reading.
Mhm.
I got movies that I'm going to see. I got movies I'm going to see in theaters.
Mhm.
I'm having a great time.
So this is your promise to no longer count down to anything.
John, acknowledging that on a day in
Did it?
September
Did it?
football return, it's not counting down. It's just saying
Yes, it is.
Football will
It's counting
arrive.
down.
Football
counting
will.
down.
Football will arrive. Football will arrive.
Well, Crumb down.
Calm down.
Mm.
Is Trey Taylor running cover for Matt Rule? There's a second question. A second question has hit the grum
Yeah, because we had
because
such
it was
a
a question. You had 2 questions yesterday.
we had
This
such
is
a
the
great
second
time
one.
doing that topic yesterday that we didn't even get to my other question, and so I have my other question.
Today was the day. Today was the today. Today was the day to testify.
I didn't even know this was happening until it was like Nick Saban said this and Nick Saban said that.
Well, you'll hear a little bit about Nick Saban.
Oh, I can't wait.
Do we like what Texas Tech is doing to college sports?
Oh,
They're
What?
doing a lot.
they are doing a lot.
They have been in the news a lot,
Mhm.
and not just in the football.
Oh yeah.
They've been in a lot of other places too. Do we like what they're doing to college sports?
Mm-hmm.
Came up with this question today. What one thing, you can pick one thing that would improve college sports, what would it be?
Great question.
One thing.
Nick
Now,
would say,
some
"Don't
people,
pay the players."
when answering the question,
Yikes.
it was like a litany of like 4
Transfer
things.
portal, NIL, and
It's like,
redshirt.
no, you just
you
gotta
got to pick
change
one of
one
them.
thing. Just
One
pick
of them.
one thing.
I have one. I feel like there is an actual obvious answer to this question.
100 days to how does Nebraska do in the red zone?
Ooh, Michael Severe kind of topic right here.
Yeah, this is something
Or
where
is it an Elon topic?
no, this is
Nice, Nick. I get that joke.
Elon isn't nerdy enough to care about Nebraska's red zone scoring percentage.
Yeah,
Only Michael is.
only and us today.
News to Josh, but the Knights rocked the Canes last night.
No, I said that's why I said thank you to Matt. He was taking my compliment to him as a diss. I was saying thank you, Matt. I didn't know what happened in the game, but he told me. Remember,
Now
I
you know.
am,
Now
I
you
am
know.
out on this series. I'm out on this series.
I would be out on this series,
and then
but
he got sucked in.
well, the
was like a
Cubs, the
vacuum
Cubs
cleaner.
pissed me off, and I was like, I got to get my mind off of this, and so I started
and you'd
doing
already watched the movie
College
Club.
World Series prep, and what's on TV? The Stanley Cup Final.
Mm,
So I turned it on,
mm.
and it was on in the background, so it was there.
Yeah.
Had no choice.
I mean,
By the
you
way,
had a
speaking of
choice.
that, well, these are tied together. NBA Finals preview, Jason Logan
Oh, nice get, Nick.
of covers.com.
In the video stream.
You know how if you subscribe to our YouTube page, 1620 The Zone TV, it gives you the little ding ding, little notification when we're live.
Mhm.
Could I get that the moment that Inside the NBA goes live tonight?
You want me to text you? Why don't you watch the game like a
Well, no.
normal
I
sports
just,
fan?
that's the whole point is I don't need to have to watch the game. Just tell me when Inside the NBA is going to be on, and then I'll turn it over and I'll know what happened.
Why don't we have our listeners tweet at you? Turn your notifications
Well, what
on.
if my notifications are on?
Well, you should turn them on, and then
Well,
if
they
somebody's-
are on, but they
Okay.
don't make us. I don't want to make a sound. They don't forget to
So
turn
wait, you
it
want
off.
like a ding in your whole life? Like
Yeah,
the Lord is like ding.
Could we? Today was
Inside the NBA is on. John.
today was
I
tornado
have nothing
siren.
better to do, apparently.
Today was tornado siren test day.
There's famine
Couldn't
otherwise,
we
but
have-
there's the NBA.
Couldn't we have flipped the times and the tornado sirens go
Or
off
inside the
to
NBA.
test
Mm.
to tell me the exact moment that Charles and Kenny and Shaq and EJ come on the air?
Okay.
And then I just know, oh, I can now switch it over.
Pray to the Lord, and we'll see if this can happen.
That'd be nice.
Okay.
Is the NCAA screwing with Cal Poly?
Whoa!
I'm glad we're finally going to tackle this because I've been saying this for weeks.
You had it fired up yesterday in a slice, and we didn't even have time to get to
I
it.
know.
That's what you wanted to talk about.
I know. Sad.
You didn't have a slice.
I was trying to be nice to him.
Oh,
Yeah. Our listeners didn't know.
You're
was
this.
the
running
bit,
cover
John.
for him.
I'm
No,
running.
John, it was a bit.
Yeah. Now
First
the
rule of
listeners-
improv. Yes, and.
Now the listeners know that Nick did not do a slice yesterday.
Yeah, John.
Well, if they were listening yesterday, they also would have known he didn't do a slice because it didn't.
But maybe
do it.
they thought it's because we had too many good topics.
Yeah. We didn't get to one of Josh's topics.
Yep.
The slice got bumped.
And it's dumb debates.
Let's go.
You can send us your dumb debates into the Equitable Bank Zone inbox, John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, we take banking personal. Answer the phone on the first ring.
Wazy4 writes in the YouTube chat, which you can always find us, the Nebraska media is a clown show. Predictably, they now have revisionist history when it comes to Dylan Raiola as a five-star quarterback recruit. The old, well, he wasn't that good. Trey is much better. The media predictably threw Raiola in the trash after they glazed him the past 3 years.
Dylan wasn't that good.
I was out on Dylan earlier than most.
He was too busy looking at the constellations to play
Mhm.
football.
Okay.
I don't know what that has to do with it.
I mean,
have we even,
honestly, that happens everywhere. What's
yeah. It's like
the Lions.
meme-
The Lions were like, "Oh man, glad we got rid of that Stafford. Here comes Jared Goff." And
they have been more successful under Jared Goff than they were under Matt Stafford. So I guess that would be a true statement.
But I'm just saying, it's always the new car smell.
Well, I
you
was
know,
going to
it's-
say it's like the Toy Story meme. I don't want to play with you anymore. Put Dylan Raiola, Nick,
Yeah.
do a meme. Put Dylan Raiola's face on Woody.
Hmm.
I don't want to play with you anymore. That's what happened with Nebraska football. Oh wow, fandom turned on the guy that didn't play very well. Whoa, what's going to happen next? They get excited about the new player. Oh wait, that's literally what happened.
That's what always happens.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's what always happens.
Indeed, it does.
So
indeed, it
whatever.
does. Indeed, it was.
whatever. I'm not all that worried about it.
I don't care.
Yeah.
Mhm.
No, that's tomorrow. I don't care.
That's true.
It's a Thursday thing.
Yeah. Hey, at least none of us said they need to bench Dylan Raiola and play TJ Lateef. We held the line in the
No,
truth.
we weren't gonna.
We held the
We
line.
weren't falling for that
Can't
crap.
say that for everybody in the fan base, but we held the line.
Yeah, no, that
It could be
was.
so much better.
We made fun of
That
it.
was
We called them teepees. That's a ridiculous name.
We made a graphic because of
did.
all of these people. We should put this one on the graphic screen more.
Lateef is the second coming.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna be so much better with TJ. And then they literally lost every
It's
game
such an
except for
absurd
UCLA.
sentence.
It was absurd. It was
When
absurd.
when will the Teefies reemerge in 2026?
Whoa. You're saying they're gonna reemerge?
Well, the answer could be they won't reemerge.
I would say a very close loss to Michigan State.
Theo, it seems like is a Tiffy. He says that Tiffy will be starting in October.
Theo
What do you say?
Theo
about
is a
Theo?
Teefy until Teefy's playing, and then it's back to the other. He is a chaos agent. That's all he is.
Yeah. I don't think Theo stands for anything. actually.
Exactly. He does not stand for anything.
Jimmy says Captain was the only Tiffy I knew of. Who else was one? Jimmy was one. He was a Tiffy.
Mhm.
Last year's like, why don't they bench him? Why can't you go to TJ Lateef? If you're doing the I'm just asking questions, sorry, you're a Tiffy.
Mhm.
Or you were a Tiffy.
There were Teefies.
Mm-hmm.
We missed the Teefies.
Wazy4 has responded again. How much of Dylan's lack of development was the coaching he got? I think a lot. Yeah, for sure.
Oh,
Yeah.
there's no question.
Yeah.
It's
no
not
question.
very good coaching.
Mm-hmm.
There were a lot of things that went into the Dylan Raiola experience not going the way that people wanted.
I would agree.
A lot of things.
Many buckets on many
some
sides.
of that falls on Dylan. Some of that falls on the individuals surrounding Dylan, both on and off the
Are
field.
you saying his father?
Just saying individuals surrounding him both on and off
He was
the field.
enabled by other people to do things.
Since when?
Whoa.
Also, the fact that, maybe their heads weren't in the right place on a certain night in Minneapolis.
That was a weird night.
I will never, ever. There are a lot of moments in my life where I'm like, I always remember where I was when this happened or this happened. I will never forget where I was when I walked out to my car after having been spoiled that Nebraska lost,
Mm-hmm.
only to open the phone and look at the score and yell, "What the?"
Yep. Yeah, you texted me. You couldn't believe it. I can't believe it.
I
And now
could
they're
not
never going to
believe
wear
it.
pink uniforms again because that was what happened.
Duggan Ido says, I referred to TJ as Teef one day, and John ran with Teefies from that point. Kind of wild. That was a really fun creation.
It was.
The Teefies.
That was your nickname, wasn't it?
Was it? I don't know.
I thought it was your nickname.
I'll give credit
one
to
of you
all of
two.
us. Yep. Shout out to us. Teefies.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Yeah, I don't remember who exactly did it. I don't remember doing it. But
Mm-hmm.
either way, we had fun with it. We had fun with it. And maybe we'll have fun with it in 2026.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe we won't.
I mean, after Bowling Green, we're going to have to.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Are you going to put this? Did you put that on the list?
What?
He thinks
Well,
Nebraska's
no,
going to lose to Bowling
It's
Green.
less of a prediction and more of a hope.
Hmm.
It's like a wish
Oh,
cast.
wow.
I'm just putting it into the universe.
A hope.
I think it would be funny. They could have played Tennessee. Would you rather lose to Tennessee
I think
or
it'd be
lose
funny
to
if
Bowling Green?
Iowa went back to the stand-up tight end
Okay, sure. Yeah.
and it backfired in their face.
Remember, if they lose to Bowling Green, Nick has to do the show solo by himself. Those are the rules.
Okay.
There you go.
Welcome to 4-Hour Formula Friday.
No, Nick, it's Big Red Overreaction. You want to do Big Red Overreaction. You can't do Formula Friday on a Saturday
Why not?
because it's Big Red Overreaction.
A lot of things happen on Saturday.
402-951-1620 Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't mention the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter
Oh.
feed at USC 1620. That's where you can respond to my question of the day, which is
How do you fix college sports?
pick one thing, one specific thing
Hmm.
that you would do to fix college sports. One thing.
I got something.
One
for
thing
you.
only, please.
I got something for you.
I'm thinking like, I don't know, almost like a player contract kind of situation.
Spoiler alert, Nick. We'll get to that later.
I was just doing a John Bishop because that's the
Mm.
thing he's been wanting forever.
Oh, are you going to talk about your scholarship contract, John?
I mean, no.
Okay.
That's kind of gone out the window.
I don't know if anything now.
Because
it feels like
scholarships
more.
don't mean squat no more.
I guess that's true. It will just be a contract.
Yeah.
Drop
just
the
a con-
scholarship.
Just
It's
drop
cleaner
the
that-
scholarship
It's
part.
cleaner that way. Yeah, I guess that's true.
Yeah.
I guess that's true.
The main tenets of the scholarship contract are still a great idea. I just
You
don't
were,
know if we-
honestly, you were out ahead of the curve, man.
Yeah.
You were out ahead of the
Well, I
curve.
don't know if I was ahead of the curve. I just had an idea to fix something,
I'm just trying to
and
compliment you.
then people just went,
Mm.
contracts. We don't need contracts. Hey, let me call. Hey, son. I know you're in chem lab right now, but you want to transfer to my school? Sure. Okay. Good. It happens now.
It does indeed.
It does happen now.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. There's your Grum. Love to have you today.
It's great to be here, man.
Don't forget to participate in dumb debates.
Also, listen, because at some point I'll give
Oh.
a cue to call of a random caller number so you can win tickets to see Motionless in White in November.
Mm.
It's a band, John.
Yeah, you had
That
a lot
people
of
like.
you had a lot of syllables in there, and I was like, "What?"
Mm.
Motionless in White.
I thought there was a Devil Wears Prada thing in there too.
Yep, that is also another
which
one
is
of
a
the
movie.
bands. It's also a band.
It's also a band. Okay. There's also a band called Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
I'm going to watch that soon.
Now that is a pretty good science fiction movie that's not Star Wars based.
I've thought about picking it for Movie Club.
Much better than 2001, which is way too
It's
damn
not
slow.
on any streaming services for like that we have, but if you do a 7-day free trial of Sony Classics, you can watch it. So that's how I'm gonna watch.
Never even heard of Sony Classics.
Neither have I.
So
but I'm
Star
gonna-
Wars is not sci-fi.
I'm gonna. No, he said other than Star Wars.
Other than Star Wars.
Yeah.
Space movies that aren't Star Wars.
Yeah, John's on me because I watched 2001 last week.
Yeah.
I'm not
I
on
enjoyed
you.
it.
I just think it's a slow, boring movie.
Yeah.
We said science fiction. That's not Star Wars.
Oh, that's
Star
right, you're
Wars
doing
isn't
your
science fiction.
Star Wars is fantasy to
It
trigger
is.
John.
Yeah.
No, it's science.
John, they have space magic.
So what?
That's an
That's
argument.
fantasy.
Life is just a fantasy.
Whoa.
Can't you live the fantasy life?
John writes, what would be a worse loss, Bowling Green or North Dakota? All right, I'm going to save that for dumb debates.
Nice.
I have an answer for it.
gee.
He's asking questions.
I mean, I
Hashtag
can
dumb
answer that
debate.
right now. It'd be Bowling Green because guess what we have to deal with all week?
The bowling-
I told you so. I told you so. I didn't put it on the list, but I told you
It's
so.
not because I'm a hater. I just play Tennessee, have a spine. That's all.
The answer is Bowling Green because of the Tennessee cancellation.
Just play
They canceled
Tennessee.
Tennessee looking for an Easter game if they lost it. That's the answer. So I guess
All
we don't
right.
have to tackle it later.
All right. Fine.
Mhm.
Well, we can always tackle it anyway.
Mhm.
Doesn't mean we can't revisit it.
Indeed.
All right. We will come back. And yes, there was some testimony today.
Oh, thank God.
And pick one thing that would improve college sports. One ping only, please.
Okay.
One thing. We'll get some of the responses. And if you'd like to join in, you certainly can. 402-951-1620. We will be back on this summer day,
Awesome.
June the 3rd, 2026.
Wow.
1620 The Zone. Be listening because Nick's going to be giving away concert tickets at some point during the show. He'll give you the cue to call, and you'll get to see the concert featuring
Motionless in White.
Nick's favorite band.
Devil Wears Prada.
Well, which one is it?
It's both.
It's both. It's
Oh.
a tour. Dayseeker. It's the Sweat and Blood tour.
Dark Don't Call Me Adam Devine.
Yep. November 11th.
That Adam Devine?
No, it's Don't Call Me Adam Devine.
Oh,
November 11th at the CHI. Tickets go on sale on
how many
Friday,
bands are we
but you can
dealing
win
with
them
here?
It's
Like 5 bands? Or is it one band with really one really
four.
long name? 4 bands.
Motionless in White, Dayseeker, The Devil Wears Prada, Dark Divine. I added the Don't Call Me Adam as a joke.
Oh,
You know how like John will say, like he'll say, John, he's not a bishop, something like that.
I see.
Mhm.
We're just making little teas.
or John Bishop to E5.
Mm-hmm.
Tee-hee. Well,
Mhm.
today, now I promised yesterday, and we're going to keep our promise, that we're not really going to hash on the saving college sports from itself bill because
Yeah, what's
It's
up with this?
never-
And now you have
it-
Saban audio.
well, but I think
You
it's
lied
interesting.
to me.
It's interesting what he said. I think you want to hear what he said.
I was so excited. You were like, "We're done with this." And
no.
thought,
I think you'd
wow.
be interested to hear what he said.
okay.
Really-
I'll be the judge of that.
But because we think the bill's not going to pass, and even if it does,
Mhm.
it's going to get blown to pieces by the court system.
Oh, it's gonna get Oppenheimer, Nick.
Oh,
What happened to the baseball?
I
What
think
did you do?
No, I switched.
I
The
think it's our
Mets game
box.
was on,
I think it's our box.
and then it went kablooey.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's that box.
All right.
Mets were on.
Okay.
It was the Mets and the Mariners.
Hmm.
Yeah, I was doing you a favor.
Yeah, your favorite team.
Yeah, but now the TV's just saying no signal. There's been no favor done. Consider me favorless.
I consider you many things.
More like
Mm.
flavorless.
Got him.
Here was Nick Saban talking about the amount of NIL that he had at Alabama. Because remember, he was still the coach when NIL became a thing.
That's true.
Here's some of his testimony from today of the Saving College Sports from Itself bill.
Let me give you the history. My first year we had collective at Alabama, 2.7 million. Next year, 7 million. Next year, 10 million. I retired. Next year, 17 million. Next year, 24 million. Now you have schools that have close to $40 million rosters. So if we continue to do that, we're going to lose Olympic sports. We're going to lose non-revenue sports. We're going to lose scholarships. And basically what's going to happen is you're going to have football and basketball succeed, and we'll have club sports for everything else.
So there you go. What'd you think of just the money? He said 2.5 the first year, then to 7, then to 10, then he retires, then it's 17, then it was 24.
I mean, we have certainly seen the money very much increase that quickly over the course of a handful of years. So, in year one of NIL, I don't really recall any roster conversations on what the good rosters were making. I wish that I could go back to that time.
Because it was so ambiguous, I don't think anyone had any idea.
Because remember, and I've made this reference before, Casey Thompson, who was Nebraska's quarterback in year 2 of NIL, he made reference about like somebody or players on the roster making six
figures.
And I remember being like, whoa, 6 figures, which now sounds hilarious that I
Yes.
would have that reaction.
Yes.
To. I remember talking to a Creighton source about their roster, and I don't remember which of the years it was, but like the highest paid players were making like 180. And I was like, whoa, $180,000.
That is credible.
And now it's like, can you get a good player for $180,000?
A walk-on.
Yeah, seriously.
Maybe.
I'll do it for $180,000.
I will too, coach.
Do you remember the name Gordon Gee?
Oh, yeah.
Former president at Ohio State. And trying to remember, did he go to Mississippi State or something?
Don't remember that part.
Anyway.
Yeah.
One of the things he said today was, now remember, he was a college president. Okay. And the presidents are the ones who really run things. The commissioners are the ones hired by the presidents of the schools in the conference. Here's what he said. We've turned over too much power to commissioners. The word student is not in their lexicon. The word athlete and money is. I don't mean to throw them under a bus, though I just did. So he's saying, oh, those commissioners have run amok. Well, who hired the commissioners? You did.
Yeah.
You did.
In the end, it's all like the presidents have a lot of power. They just don't want to, you want to push that power off.
Right. It's no different than any other commissioner of any other sport. I mean, Goodell, we talk about Goodell being all powerful, almighty, but his boss are the 32 owners. And
Well, it's like when you always
and
say
they
the
do his
NCAA.
bidding.
Who's the NCAA? The
or
schools.
he does their bidding. And Ralph Rousseau, I still have not been able to find exactly what she said, but Ralph Rousseau, friend of the program from The Athletic, apparently Deb Fisher was in this hearing.
I saw
Nebraska
this.
Senator Deb Fisher.
And hey, she might have said something that'll fit with our conversation later.
Well, she subtly, this was Ralph's tweet, appreciate Senator Fisher subtly suggesting Nebraska move back to the Big 12.
Mhm.
Oh,
I'll take it one step further. Go to the Big 8. Bring back the Big 8 days.
Pac-12.
Well, Nebraska wasn't in the Pac-12.
Yeah, but they'd crush it in the Pac-12.
This version of the Pac-12?
Yeah.
Yeah, they might even get to 8 wins in this version of the Pac-12.
Maybe. So away from that,
Okay.
that's where I got the idea, because this bill, the Saving College Sports from Itself Act, has about 80 things in it.
Yeah.
That are supposed to save college sports. I just want everyone to boil it down to one thing. Just give me one thing that you think would help improve college sports. If you had a magic wand and a genie said, you get to fix one thing about college sports, what would it be?
Honestly, it would be what Deb Fisher talked about. I think the biggest scourge on all of this is the lack of, I guess it's going to be two-pronged, so tell me if this is two things or one, but it is the lack of regional, normal-sized leagues. The leagues of your youth. And I know that your youth also has independence, which we only really have Notre Dame now. And so that is like a bit, complicated for this exact discussion. But if a world exists, and that's why I love the idea of everyone's media rights being under the same umbrella, because if, in theory, it all was, and maybe you could even have it tiered out in terms of how money is paid based off of top 25 finishes or playoff, whatever. If it was all under the same umbrella, leagues would serve then again as travel partners.
Yeah.
And so that is what has happened. We have lost regionality. We have lost drivable locations. We have lost rivalries, which is the biggest thing. Like, I hate that Nebraska, if they're going to play Oklahoma or Missouri or Kansas or whomever, Kansas State again, it has to be in a non-conference game,
right,
rather than a conference game.
Well,
that's the thing that I would fix.
That was mine. Mine was make conferences regional and logical.
Yes.
Regional and logical. So they can't be, 18 teams. I think 10 is the perfect size, especially nowadays where we've all come to an agreement now. That's one thing we won't have to argue about this season is one conference or two conferences not playing enough conference games. They're all playing the same number now. 10,
they are.
9.
That's true. They're playing 9, yeah.
But 10 is the perfect number because there's your round robin. You don't need to have a conference championship game. It's just who's ever at the top of the standings at the end of the year wins the conference. And the tiebreaker is how'd you do against the team you tied with. It would, because I think if you start there, does that address NIL transfers? No, it doesn't. But again, you can only pick one thing. But I think if you made conferences regional and logical, I think it would force a lot of other changes. It would force a logical, well, you would hope. You got to remember the people that are still in charge. Maybe mine should be put smart people in charge of college sports because we don't have that right now. But I didn't. But let's just pretend, for argument's sake, we had logical regional conferences. You're probably looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of, and I realize we have a lot of, G5 schools.
I was going to say, we've had a lot of teams that have jumped up. And so like how that works into this equation is
right.
But
But you're
different.
looking at, maybe 10 team conferences or 12 10-team conferences. And I realize some are power, some aren't.
Yeah.
But it would force a logical playoff where you win your conference, you're in the playoff.
Yeah, for sure.
There's a piece of cake. You have the regionality. You have the ability to have your fans be able to travel. I think it solves that problem because fans right now are being asked for so much.
Yeah.
And it's ridiculous
Mhm.
that, Rutgers is a conference game, that Southern California is a conference game. Makes no sense. It would change things in terms of the TV,
Mhm.
right? I mean, conferences today are business partners. They are television producers who are creating a product and then selling it to a network or networks. That's
Mhm.
what they are.
Mhm.
Nebraska, Ohio State, Michigan, Iowa, all they are they're just writers and producers of television who are then selling their product to HBO, or in this case, CBS, NBC, Fox. That's all they are. But then if they're regional, now all of a sudden, they got to go back to the table. And sure, a conference with Michigan and Ohio State probably going to get a little more than others, but it wouldn't, I don't think it would be as far out of bounds that you would get one that would be so far out ahead of the other, because again, you got to keep these things regional.
Yeah, because I really do think that the trickle down of conference realignment is the thing that has hurt the sport
Yes.
the most.
Because that's when the money chase really started.
Yeah, the conferences are unwieldy. The playoff is weird in terms of who, and there's all this arguing,
Yeah. We'll get to some of your responses. And if you'd like to respond, I put it out on Twitter from our official account at USC 1620 Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed.
Mhm.
When we come back, we will be joined by Jason Logan of Covers.com, and
Let's
we'll
go.
preview game 1 of the NBA Finals next on 1620 The Zone.
it all you got. Take your very best shot.
I always
Oh,
forget about this
man,
song.
I tell you, this would be if ABC opened up the NBA Finals with this theme song, man, I'd be so fired up. But it is game 1 tonight of the NBA Finals. By the way, welcome to the Big East NBA Finals. We have 5 starters tonight who are Big East alums
That's
who I
true.
covered.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know who to root for. I guess it's the
Mm.
Knicks technically because they have 3 and the Spurs only have 2. But
Mm.
we want to welcome in to preview game 1, Jason Logan, covers.com. Jason, appreciate you joining us. How you doing today?
I'm good. We've been waiting, seems like forever now. At least the Knicks have been waiting forever to get this thing started. So let's get going. Let's get going. I know it's funny. My mother-in-law is from Newfoundland in Canada. Massive Knicks fan, does not miss a game. And her and my sister-in-law are like been on pins and needles here since that series sweep over Cleveland.
Where do you stand on rust over rest?
This is a good one because we did see the Knicks come out flat in that game 1 against Cleveland. Of course, the 22 historic comeback. But heading into this week, heading into game 1, guys like Jalen Brunson are saying, you know what, we saw that happen, and this week our approach was very different. So they kind of know that that is a fall flat spot, and I think they're going to avoid that. And I think they're going to be anxious to get going here. So I don't buy into it too much. I think their fresh legs are going to help them here in game 1 more than hurt them.
Yeah, I wonder too, Jason, we've talked about that a lot with the Knicks, but also the Spurs finally getting some time off. Like that series, both teams, right, them and the Thunder, they looked exhausted by the end of it. How important is it for the Spurs to have a few days off as well right now?
Yeah, I mean, that's their biggest strength is being able to get up and down the floor and transition and really push tempo and beat other teams, before they could set up their defense. And there were times in that series, especially times when I was betting on Wembanyama over points, in which he was dragging his ass down the court, and it looked like he didn't want to run at all. Like even like beautiful fast break opportunity, and it's like, dude, you take 2 steps and you're at the rim, and he didn't want any of it. And then there were times too in which like OKC got a little physical with him, and he just looked like he was done fighting. And you saw guys like Isaiah Hartenstein just kind of throwing him around. I think the Knicks are going to kind of combo a little bit of that. They're going to throw some bodies at him, throw some physicality at him, while also throwing some kind of like quick and smaller, more nimble guys as well too, and trying to throw him off rhythm.
How much does Karl Anthony Towns and his ability to space and shoot hold the key to neutralizing Wemby? And then I guess you could also look at it too. Brunson and Bridges are good in the mid-range.
Yeah.
How much do those things together neutralize Wemby's strengths at the rim?
Well, Cat's kind of been transformative here in the playoffs, and we saw it early on against Atlanta because that was not necessarily didn't have a big center, but they had big guards, and it helped space them out. And they're playing him a lot more at the top of the key like a conduit, and so he was able to double his assist production here in the playoffs. Now against the Cavs, we didn't see that as much because he was getting checked by, say, Evan Mobley or Jared Allen, big guys that would take away that pass. But against smaller front courts, and that's the Spurs, beyond Wembanyama, this Spurs team gets small real fast. 6'7" is basically where their main rotation guys top out outside of a few kind of lesser played bigs. I think Cat's going to be able to find those cutters, find those open hands over the top like we saw earlier in the playoffs. I was looking at Karl Anthony Towns assist props. It's kind of bouncing between 4.5 and 3.5 for this game. So him, and then also to be able to hit 3-pointers, I think that's the biggest edge for them on offense compared to, say, what we saw from OKC, because they knew that Oklahoma City, especially when Jalen Williams went down and they were losing guards, they lost a lot of 3-point threats. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is not a guy who wants to shoot 3-pointers. He wants to, get to the rim and draw contact. This Knicks team is kind of designed a little different, where just about all of them, except for maybe Josh Hart, all of those guys can hit 3-pointers.
Jason, I wonder what kind of impact you think Mitchell Robinson's pinky is going to have. This has been such a mystery in the lead up to this, exactly what happened. It sounds like he will be playing tonight, right? So we're expecting him tonight. We're expecting him in the series. But do we know how this will impact him from a negative capacity?
Offensively, Robinson is always a mixed bag anyway. Like he's going to miss some free throws, so I don't think it's going to impact his shooting because he's not a great shooter. Can he grab some garbage buckets and put backs and go back up? I still think he can do that. I think what they're going to ask from Robinson is defense and rebounding, and I think he's going to be able to do that with a busted pinky finger or not.
Jason Logan, covers.com, previewing the NBA Finals. Game 1 is tonight in New York. If there is a weakness to Brunson's game, it's defense. Do you think the Spurs have what it takes to exploit that And is there a way for Brunson to kind of be hidden in this matchup?
The Spurs are at their best when they get out and run in transition. I would say if New York could sucker them into a half-court game and then force them to kind of go after Brunson and maybe try to put him in a blender or something like that, I don't think that's working to San Antonio's advantage. They want to get out and run and push tempo. And so I'm not worried about his defensive liabilities there. And then you're able to bring guys off the bench that are good defenders as well, too. So like Clarkson and Sham, you can bring those guys in and they can help with defending as well, too. So I don't see Brunson's liability that much of a kind of a red flag, at least for the Knicks.
Jason, you go back to February 1st. Wemby has played 47 total games. In that time, the Spurs have won his minutes in 43 of those games, including the last 2 of the series against Oklahoma City. So, like, in the non-Wemby minutes, who, in your opinion, most needs to step up for the Spurs? Because that's going to have to be where the Knicks also are able to take advantage as well.
Yeah, I think it falls on De'Aaron Fox, and we saw that in the last series. Like, he was injured coming into it. Their turnovers were just spiked. They lost 2 of those first 3 games without him in there. The offense looked disjointed. They were giving up a ton of points off turnovers. So, like, having De'Aaron Fox come in and settle things down, but also he has to play better. He has to score, and he just wasn't doing that towards the back end of the series. This break, I think, benefits him more than anything. But if he's unable to go and unable to produce the way they need him to produce, I mean, you do have Dylan Harper there. I took Harper's over assists 2.5 tonight. I think I love the way this guy plays. He's aggressive. He's explosive. He gets inside. He makes the defense kind of make a decision. You're either going to come at him or you're going to compact, and he can hit and find guys cutting to the rim. So I like Dylan Harper as an option as well, too. But I think Fox is a guy that they have to have step up and not only control the ball, but contribute big time on offense.
Jason, I made the joke at the beginning. Welcome to the Big East, or welcome to the NBA Finals. Whatever it was. I don't remember it. I don't even remember my joke anymore. Joke. But in all seriousness, you got 2 teams. You got a bunch of guys who don't have experience winning a title in the NBA. But
a lot of it,
Bridges, Hart, and Brunson all won titles at Villanova.
Yep.
Castle won a title at UConn. Do you think any of that big game experience and the fact that maybe the Knicks have a little bit more of that at that particular level, do you think that factors into a 7-game series?
You know what? I think it does. And let's not forget OG Anunoby had one with Toronto as well, too.
Yeah,
so
sure.
OG's a guy who can come in and do anything for the Knicks team that they need him to do. Mike Brown, as a head coach, has experience being in the finals while he was with Cleveland as well, too. So I think championship experience and being able to kind of settle down and not let the moment be too big, I definitely think that helps, at least in the first few games. And then things are just it's just basketball after that. So I think the first game tonight, probably that first game in MSG, is just going to be absolutely crazy. Game 3, I think those are going to be those high emotion moments where experience is going to kind of help steady the ship and steady the nerves. Sometimes you get some of these young guys trying to do too much, play outside of themselves. And you could see that from maybe possibly some of these young Spurs players.
Jason, is Jalen Brunson from 3 the thing you like the most tonight in terms of any of the individual props?
It was my kind of first play on this one. I liked Brunson over 2.5 3-pointers. I got like plus 135. It's come down to like plus 120-ish. So somebody out there likes it. But for me, I looked at the way that OKC, they just could, like I said, just couldn't hit threes. The Spurs kind of knew it, and they may kind of take a similar approach and play off, not letting Brunson get into the paint. But like I said, all of these Knicks guys can shoot well. With Brunson, he's a great pull-up threat, like especially from like just over half. He has no qualms about letting it fly. And OKC had like 93% of their 3-pointers were either graded as open or wide open, which means there's no defender within at least 4 feet. And the best way to beat the Spurs is really stretch that defense, and you're going to have to bring Wembanyama out. You don't want him protecting the paint. And so I think not only Brunson, but a lot of these guys, especially like Josh Hart, could be an X factor in this. If Josh Hart can hit shots, because that's who they expect Wembanyama to guard, because they can kind of cheat off and stay in the paint. If Josh Hart could start hitting outside shots like he did against Cleveland and force Jared Allen to go out there and play and force Cleveland to change their defense, then San Antonio is in bad shape. So Jalen Brunson, and then the game script. They're on the road. They're underdogs. I expect this to be a little quicker pace than when they played Cleveland. When they played Philly, this is a little more up-tempo team. I expect more shots, more opportunities.
Jason, do you have a pick for this series?
I I'm gonna go. I'll say I want the Knicks to win. I like their defensive rotation. Like I like they have better options to throw at Wembanyama than I think anyone did. Really. Not only do you have Cat, who's a mobile 7-footer who can move with Wembanyama, you have a guy like Mitchell Robinson who's long and athletic and big and can kind of bump on him. But then you got a guy like OG Anunoby who's a very physical player. We've seen Wembanyama have trouble with kind of smaller, more physical guys. I think they can push him out. Josh Hart is a pain in the ass. They can throw him out there as well too. So I think they have like a 4-man kind of rotation that is going to give Wembanyama different challenges and kind of, like I said, keep him off rhythm. Don't let him get going. The best thing for New York when stopping a transition team like the Spurs is just hit your shots. So I expect a lot of ball movement. I expect a lot of off the ball movement from the Knicks early on because they have the fresh legs. Let's run them around and see how tired they are. Get a little deeper in the shot clock. You don't want quick shots and you don't want long rebounds against the Spurs. So I expect a little more calculated offense. And the best way to stop transition is to score and force that team to start their possessions off the inbounds. So I like the Knicks defense the way it shapes up in the series.
Now, Jason, we're going off topic here, but I have to ask you because as a native Canadian, the hockey, we got game one in last night. Does it offend you as a Canadian as much as it offends us here in the Midwest that there are warm weather teams?
It's disgusting.
Yeah, Carolina.
I don't even want to watch
and
it.
It's been going on for a long, long time now. Like if you look at the roster, half the guys are Canadian now anyway.
That's true.
So it's
the players it doesn't from cold weather. It's just the teams aren't.
It's funny. I'm a Canadian guy, but I am not a giant hockey fan. I gave up watching hockey when Mario Lemieux retired. I was like, no, it's not going to get any better than that. Mario was my guy, and once he retired for like the 4th time, I was like, no, that's it for me in hockey. Love playing hockey. I get out on the lake when it freezes, play hockey with my kids. A blast. I used to play a lot of like late night beer league hockey when I was young. But honestly, when it comes to the NHL, I have no idea what's going on.
Which is why we got him on to talk about the NBA. Where his focus is. Jason Logan, covers.com. We appreciate it. Thanks, Jason. Enjoy the series.
Thanks, guys. You too.
Jason Logan joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. I took down his notes. I do have, and we're not doing our underdog spot here, but I do have an all Big East.
Oh, that's
parlay.
Fun. I can't wait to hear about this.
An all Big East parlay tonight.
Awesome.
For the 5 alums. It's crazy. 5 guys.
And remember, there used to be more. They traded, Knicks traded what, 1 or 2 of them?
Well, yeah. But was.
What's his name got traded to Minnesota?
Did
they trade him for another?
Was DiVincenzo a starter? He wasn't a starter, though. He was off the bench, wasn't he?
Maybe. I mean, he played a lot of minutes, though. He played a lot of minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. You should love this finals. It's all your old pals.
I mean, I covered them all.
I know.
I covered them all, and they were all really good.
Brunson is such a cool story, man, because every step along the way is like, he can't do this. He can't do it. And he just keeps doing it. Now here he is in the NBA Finals. Next first time since 99.
And I couldn't agree more, Josh. I think it's really cool what is happening with the Knicks and the Spurs. And did you know if you be caller 6 right now at 402-951-1620, you can get tickets to Motionless in White.
Wow.
Caller 5 right now.
Oh, I see what he did there.
Interesting.
402-951-1620. We'll be back after more responses from our question.
Yes.
And also 100 days to college football is coming up.
Ooh.
And a new 100 days coming up.
Ooh.
On 1620 The Zone.
The sport of college football is run by idiots, morons, doofuses, money-hungry clowns who don't care about you, only that you keep pouring your love and money into their constantly changing for the worst product.
Josh?
But we love it. Oh, we do love it so. The other thing we like to do is count things down. So today and through the summer, 1620 The Zone and 97.7 The Zone are going to put these two great tastes together as we anxiously anticipate another year of college football. So now, Unsportsmanlike Conduct, home of random number selection and inciting dorks to online violence, presents another number pulled out of our collective behinds. The program celebrates 100 days to college football.
Before his Twitter account was betrayed and murdered
Oh man, I miss Michael's
by Darth
tweets.
Vader, Michael Severe sent me an email. What?
Asking you to vote in his podcast?
I have an email address too.
Well, I'm about to share, so what difference does it
Well,
make?
you know that they collaborate all the time.
I know. I want to be involved.
He texted me, or he said, I was dreaming last night of Red Zone. And I said, man, you got a problem. And he said, yeah, I know.
I had a football dream recently.
But
Do you have to replace your sheets?
from our dear friend Michael Severe,
I'll never tell.
how did Nebraska's Red Zone do against the Power Four?
Bad.
Because this will help determine whether or not this team will make improvements this year with a new quarterback, new look to the offense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because remember, whenever we ask a question, you will say sometimes like Nebraska, they need to do better at getting takeaways because they're going to get the ball. And he says, no, John, you idiot. They need to finish in the red zone. He says if they finish, all problems are solved. You got to make sure they finish. It's important that the other side finishes.
It is important that the other side finishes.
It is, Nick.
It is.
So against the Power Four last year, 35 total trips to the red zone. Nebraska scored on 31 of 35. That's 88%. That's not bad.
Let's go. Wait, they were that good?
But here was the problem. They scored 141 points in the red zone,
It's a lot of points.
but that's only 4 points per trip. The national average is somewhere between 4.5 and 5. So Nebraska was below average in points scored in the red zone. And if you're an elite offense, so saith Michael, you're scoring 5.5 to 5.8 points in the red zone. So Nebraska is almost 2 points off of that. That's not good. 19 touchdowns were in the red zone. That's a 54% touchdown rate. According to Michael, the top offenses are in the 60 to 70% range.
Okay.
In terms
That
of
is a lot of field goals, man.
yeah, it is.
It's 60 to 70 like this.
Nice.
Well, it was 19 touchdowns on 31 scores, so there's 12 field goals.
Because I forget, are we going to do defense in this? Is this just an offense?
This is just offense.
Okay, well then real quick, let me add this because as bad as that was, that they only scored on 50% of the time touchdowns, that is, their defense in red zone touchdown percentage was literally last in the country. They allowed touchdowns on 79% of their opponent's red zone possessions.
Woof.
They did not get stops. Anyway, back to the offense. Sorry.
No, you're fine. 3.5 yards per play in the red zone. Now, keep in mind it's a condensed field, so you're not gonna average 15 yards per play in the red zone.
Yeah, what is
good? That's a good question. Rushing yards, 4.1 yards per rush.
Again, we're gonna have a similar conversation with this. What is a good yards per
But
rush?
here's this one. I can definitely say this is bad.
Yeah.
Only 3 yards per pass attempt in the red zone on 50 pass attempts.
So 50 pass attempts, 150 yards. Yikes. That is
3 yards per pass attempt. That is bad.
Even if you
bad. Unless you're talking about inside the 5-yard line, then that's good. But inside the 20, no, that's not good.
Yeah. And if you completed like 70% of those 50 passes, I mean, you're still not looking at a really good yards per pass attempt. Got to be better.
Nebraska took 5 sacks in the red zone last year on offense. Again, this is only against the Power Four, so we're throwing out well,
Akron and
we're-
Houston Christian.
yeah, we're throwing out 2 of the 12 teams. Or
Yeah.
13
But look,
teams.
like the 6 penalties as well. Like
6 penalties.
think of the first game against Cincinnati. If they would have lost that game, one of the plays that we would have focused on incessantly would have been the false start
Mhm.
that they had in the first half. If I
Mhm.
remember, they got down to the 1 yard line.
Yeah.
You
and
know,
it ended up costing them a touchdown.
yeah. And wasn't the last play of Dylan Raiola's career at Nebraska technically a snap in the red zone that ended on a sack where his leg snapped?
I don't think they were in the red zone.
Okay, they were pretty close. They were definitely in the Eckel.
We
were heckling
on the 4 unscoring trips. 2 were a turnover on downs at Penn State,
including the first drive.
1 turnover on downs against Michigan on the first drive,
Yep.
and then the fumble against Iowa.
Which was
Late in the game.
Yeah, the game was already over by that
game
point
was
in time.
fairly non-consequential. So again, thanks to Michael Severe.
Thanks, Michael.
He'll be tracking that all year long.
Will he be sharing it on Twitter? On the Liquid Trucking Zone?
Well,
Twitter
hopefully
feed?
he'll be sharing it on email.
Yeah.
And then I can share it on Twitter.
Some comments. D'Lo says, what if they got 1 red zone stop on defense? Just 1. That would be nice. That would be nice. It would be nice. Seriously, they got to get better. They got to get better in the red zone, full stop. That's one of those things that has to improve. Both sides of the ball. Both sides of the ball.
I told you we had some
Good
responses.
stats, Michael. Thank you.
We had some responses to our question. Our question is, you get to pick one thing that would make college sports better. What would it be?
Mm-hmm.
KLN 1979 says, go back to one-time only transfers. I mean, technically there wasn't, and there was never a limit on the number of transfers. The limit was
Limit without a penalty is what is happened lately.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a comment like that from our friend Whopper earlier that said the same thing basically, and it was, and I'm trying to find it now. People have been tweeting at me. I made some people mad again, John. Oops, my mentions are a little full right now.
What did you do now?
I said that Nebraska should play better games in the non-conference, and now people are yelling at me again. I just want them to play tough teams.
I have one. Let me know if it's cheating because it's
For the answer
in the
to
works.
John's question?
Yes.
Okay.
I really like the 5-5 rule. I really do.
You think that, not to pick on you, that would solve all of the problems?
No, yours wouldn't solve all of the problems either. We could only pick one thing.
But
no.
I'm yeah, you're right. I'm being a jerk in my response. But why is that the one for you?
I
Instead
think
of the other stuff. That
I think it's
would be
good to
more
have
impactful.
these kinds of limits because I think it will elevate the rest of it instead of just keeping kids around for 6, 7, 8 years. Exactly. It forces them to kind of move on and bring up other players and then gives development a chance for the other players to develop.
Yeah. Again, I wasn't trying to be a jerk. I was just trying to understand. But I said it like a jerk, so I apologize.
It's fine. I like the 5-5.
I do too. I don't think that would be the one for me, but I understand your point of view. I don't want 30-year-olds playing college football. Get them out.
Taylor's a big calendar guy. He says adjust the calendar so the national title game is played on January 1st.
Hey, you know what that does? I'll hear this out. Here's why. If you adjust the calendar, you do not have to worry about players going into the portal because they need to go to their next school because most schools are on semester systems.
Right.
Yeah, if I were to do a calendar one, man, that's I don't want to cheat because it's one thing. Because the other thing that I would offer would be, I guess that would solve all the portal stuff, you know? Because I think like the big 3 issues, in my opinion, are the unwieldy leagues, is the portal and like where it falls, the calendar stuff, and the incessant roster movement, which I don't want to stop players from getting the bag. And so that's why that one is always a little lower for me. But if they are employees, then you could have some sort of he signed a 2-year contract. And then it's like all fine, you know? Then I don't really care what a player does. If you sign a 1-year deal, you sign a 1-year deal.
Now, Jeffrey goes completely the opposite of the direction we went in. He says conferences go away. The NCAA determines the schedule. I don't know how the hell that would work, but okay.
Yeah, that would be, I mean, look, it's bold. It'd be very difficult to do. Very, very difficult.
Have Joey do it.
Joey could definitely do it because you need league. Like even the NFL, which is way smaller than college football, you have divisions. You still need some sort of a consistent scheduling mechanism because that is important. In my opinion, that's important to sports. It helps foster rivalries.
Yeah.
It helps foster fan engagement.
Yeah.
It helps, foster, again, the geographic nature of sports. Like those are important.
It lets people like John Conference cheer.
It lets people like John Conference cheer. Exactly. Like you do need that stuff, in my opinion. Like
I agree. I mean, I absolutely think you need that.
I mean, it's not like that crazy because the next step would be, and then you figure it out again. Maybe the
Right.
maybe the NCAA schedules that John in Nebraska plays, I don't know, Kansas and Missouri and Oklahoma and Kansas State and Iowa every year.
Tom says sit out a year after a second portal move. So you get a free transfer, but the second one, you got to sit out a year.
Mm-hmm. So again, going back to the other, yeah.
Kelvin says cap the money. 18-year-olds have no business making millions of dollars at that age.
Okay, are you capping how much money the sport can make? Also, that sounds like socialism to me.
Comrade?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean,
are we capping the coaches? I just that's where I say.
Well, but here's the thing: we don't cap coaches in the NFL.
Well, it's also the NFL.
It's collectively bargained. All right,
I understand that. I understand that, but a cap is only going to happen if you do have collective bargaining.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of people like to say, well, you spend all this money on coaches, and that is true, and that is a problem. But we don't put a cap on what NFL coaches can make, and they don't seem to. But
again, it's bargained.
They also don't allow coaches to just willy-nilly go wherever they want. They have to follow league rules.
Correct.
Sean McVay can't decide in the middle of the season to go to Dallas.
God, I wish he could. That sounds awesome. Come on, Sean. Texas is great. No state income tax.
From Don, he says remove NIL and rev share.
So don't pay the players.
So don't pay the players.
That is a non-starter for me.
Matt, also a limit transfer portal to 1 in 5. Let's see. Michael says move the portal towards the end of the college year. May, he says. Then all the visits can happen after the school year is over.
Yeah, I mean, again, it wasn't my first choice, but one of my very early choices would be do something with the portal in a way that players would not leave because they can't.
Yeah.
Like, again, to go back to your McVay to the Cowboys analogy, at the end of the season, Des Bryant doesn't play anymore. CeeDee Lamb can say, you know what? I am going to a different place because I'm not going to make the playoffs. Like that doesn't happen that way. And so if you could figure out a way to fix that, and again, to go back to the CBA stuff, coaches in the NFL can't leave until the season is over, even assistant coaches.
Right.
If you could figure out a way to solve that problem, but again, that is it's so much calendar based with the literal schools, the institutions themselves, and then the portal. Lane Kiffin left when he did, not because he thinks LSU is a better job, which he thinks it is, but mainly because he had a recruiting class that he had to put together. But if the recruiting class is way later, then that problem might be solved. Might be.
Nebraska Cubby says original conferences. Well, what are we talking about when we say original conferences?
Yeah.
Does this mean Nebraska and Iowa and Ames College
are the Western Athletic
are in the Missouri Valley? I mean, are we going that original?
Go Panthers.
Or are we talking like 1990 original?
This is always hard because it's like, is it the league that you grew up with when you were a kid?
That's probably what he means.
And again, and like I'm willing to play ball with this, but what do we do with Penn State if we're doing original? Penn State was an independent in 1990. Florida State was an independent. Notre Dame was an independent. What do we do with all those schools? Like I'm good with bringing back the Southwest
draft
and the
conference
Pac-10.
draft.
See, and like here's the other thing though. If we were like we're doing the Big 8 or the Big 12 again, I'd be sad that Nebraska doesn't play Iowa anymore. Like I want that to be a mainstay on the schedule.
I mean, I
want some sort of.
I like it, but give me the Big 8 any day.
Yeah.
Oklahoma, Missouri, Colorado, K-State, Iowa State. Give me that. I want that. That's what I want. I mean, if I were gonna design the conferences, yeah, the Southwest Conference would be back. Congratulations,
folks.
Y'all who invented cheating can cheat
you can
together.
Cheat all over again.
And Texas and
With
Texas
your
Tech
mean
will have to
polls.
play each other.
Oh man, that's awesome.
Yeah, that's where I would. That'd be a starter for me.
Yeah, that sounds fun to me.
So there you go. There's some of the suggestions. One thing to make college sports better. One thing.
Awesome.
Coming up, we have a new 100 days.
What?
A second 100 days has hit the grum?
Yep.
Let's go. More countdowns?
But another Trey Taylor topic.
Another Trey Taylor topic has hit the grum.
Wow.
Well, this was the other question that Josh wanted to get to.
I had two
yesterday.
questions yesterday, and we only attacked one. I have another question, though, about Trey Taylor. Going back to his comments that were made recently.
Correct. Got to be careful here.
It's a great question. I think people will like it.
I hope they do.
I don't think that they'll be offended.
Yeah.
I think they'll think it's very supportive of the program and everybody involved with Nebraska football.
That's funny. We'll be back. This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone and 97.7 The Zone.
This is a segment open.
Oh, this
And
is it's not
frankly,
time for
not a
this yet.
very original.
You implied that it was.
No, I said it was coming up, but next week we're going to talk about Trey.
Trey Taylor. We did tease the Trey
Unless
Taylor thing.
Trey is maybe
Mike-
that's the breaking news. Is Trey Taylor going straight to the NFL?
I didn't say that. Do not put that on the internet
Oh,
that I
okay.
said that.
I apologize
No,
for
it's all right.
misunderstanding.
Don't worry about it.
I
We'll
thought-
get to that. We'll get to that a little bit later on.
Yeah.
A little bit later on. During that-
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Hello.
It's the Grum.
I'm
It's the
sorry.
Today is Wednesday. We love Wednesday. By the way, I was going to ask you, Nick, before you played the wrong open.
Yep. I did that.
Who won the tickets?
The winner of the tickets is a name I didn't memorize, but they are in the chat. I can tell you their handle in the chat.
Was their name Ted?
No, it's Hard Rock themed in the chat.
Oh, okay.
They've been fiending for these Hard Rock tickets for the all week. So
Well,
they won.
congrats. Congrats.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
By the way, our zone deal this week is 72 table and tap. Two $25 gift vouchers for the price of one. A great Ralston neighborhood bar welcoming you in to eat, drink, gather, and repeat, specializing in creative food, craft beer, and bourbon. And if you're attending an event at a Ralston Arena, stop by before or after the event. Try one of their 20 beers on tap. Two $25 gift cards to 72 table and tap, just $25. That's half
Awesome.
price. Listen all week to Happer and Schaefer for a chance to win. More details at 1620thezone.com.
Prison Matt says, what did the high schooler do to get dunked on by middle-aged men this time? Okay, three things.
I
First
am
of
not
all,
middle-aged.
and neither am I.
Eh.
First of all, 37 isn't middle-aged.
You'd be middle-aged in like the 1800s.
But it's 2026. Second of all, we were dunking on Nick.
Yup.
Third of all, we were also
But don't let the truth get in the way of a good story.
we were also
Biff.
dunking on people who tweet at recruits. Those were the people that we were trying to dunk on. If we dunked on anybody else, it was our
It was
apologies.
mostly me, though.
Because here's my question. So I read this. Yes, it was mainly Nick.
Yeah, Nick's
Because he
one
used to
that
take
got trashed.
pictures of himself in the mirror like a god. Your whole
It
generation.
was a
Short.
normal thing for my generation to do.
Yes, that
At least Trey's getting pictures taken of him
Nick back in the
doing
day.
actual things.
It was normal for a lot of generations to do a lot of really bad stuff, but that's not a good excuse to have done it.
Yeah, we used to take bags of dog poop and light it on fire and then
He had a
run
family
away.
rag.
Yeah, but that wasn't my generation.
That's true. It's just your house.
That was my parents' generation.
Yeah. So anyway,
Them's his house rules.
So yesterday, and we're not talking about the podcast. What was the question that the Matt Rule podcast?
Oh,
That's the name of it.
I didn't know they were still doing that.
Well, it's on a hiatus right now.
My prediction is still looking pretty good.
What's your prediction again?
That he stopped doing it.
Oh.
I think he quite quit it.
I mean, the longer we go, the more Nick might be right. This would be the time to do the podcast. There's nothing else happening. Anyway, what was the question that we tackled with Taylor? Yes. Oh, the expectations kind of thing, right? Like, what could this mean, big picture wise?
Yeah.
Okay. I wanted to go back though to the quote that we read on Monday, and this was in Sam McEwen's column, where he said, "I've got to be given," and he told this to 24/7 Sports. "I've got to be given a reason not to go to the University of Nebraska, and that reason's got to be enormous, like coach has got to be done type of reason." And we read a paragraph that Sam wrote where it was essentially like, "This changes the calculus. You may want to check in with your 5-star quarterback first." And so here's my question coming off of that. What do these quotes mean? And is he trying to put pressure on anybody? And by anybody, I guess I mean the brass here, to not make any rash decisions on anything. And I guess there is a follow-up, and I don't want to just ask like 800 questions here. But, we had the Troy Dannon stuff recently, and we talked about that. And is there like a lot of noise that they're hearing internally, and they are almost playing a little defense right now? Everybody is involved with Nebraska football. And so I know I just asked you a lot of different things, but I find that kind of a quote and that kind of a viewpoint, I think an astute observation by somebody to try to get out ahead. Like, you better chill out here. Unless that happens, I'm totally good. But if that happens, then maybe suddenly you'd play ball. I think it's likely that this is a true thing with all sorts of recruits, but I don't remember ever hearing somebody committed to Nebraska saying it like this or saying it, period.
Well, no, I don't ever remember anyone. I mean, even go back to, and we've talked a lot about Blaine Gabbert, Josh Freeman, those days recently, because they were also Elite 11 quarterbacks, and how their recruitments came at a time of a lot more volatility, especially Blaine Gabbert's, and how those classes blew up because there was uncertainty in the program and it looked like the writing was on the wall and, a coaching change was going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
I think, listen, are adults in charge of a multi-million dollar enterprise going to be affected in their moves or how they make their moves by what some 18 or 17-year-old kid says?
I'd be surprised.
I would be surprised, but it is. These are the same people that run college athletics, and you know what I think of most of them.
You're a huge fan.
Well,
thank you for changing the sport from the one of my youth.
Yeah. But that's not going to stop anything. But I do think the quotes are generally directed not at individuals, not at powers that be. I think it is directed generally to the malaise / negativity that has been in the fan base this summer or this offseason. I think it's
so they're very much hearing that.
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
Maybe more than we ever really
absolutely
realized.
They're hearing it. There's no question they're hearing it.
I think the last couple
as
of weeks.
Online as Trey Taylor is, of course he knows, and certainly the conversations that they've probably had behind the scenes with Nebraska, especially the coaches, certainly they're aware that, there is an element, and we don't know how big it is. We really don't. But there is an element of the fan base right now that it's just like, God, just shut up. I don't want to hear anymore. Just start winning games. And until you start winning games, I'm not going to be all rah-rah for you.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know exactly what that percentage is, but we know that they're out there. And we know that the buzz, we know this, the lack of buzz around this program has been enough to affect how Matt Rule has handled himself in this offseason.
That is undeniable.
He is
undeniable.
He is not nearly as open. He is out there, I guess. Not open's not the right word, because when he talks, he will say what's on his mind. He's not holding back, but he's not out there as much.
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't done as many interviews. To Nick's point, he hasn't done the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
This has been a much, much quieter offseason from a Matt Rule perspective. And there is no question in my mind, if Nebraska had won 9 games last year,
they'd be
hell, if they did,
they'd be peacocking, Nick.
Whoa. Peacock.
I might even offer, if they would have managed to win the bowl game last year, even if the Penn State and the Iowa State games go the same,
they finish 8-5.
If they would have won the bowl game last year, I think there would have been a little bit more, as you like to call it, peacocking.
Well, I mean, that was the
but
backwards.
There's no question, if they'd have won at least 9 games last year, that this offseason would feel a little bit more like last offseason in terms of how much Matt Rule is out there, how bullish he is, openly speaking on those things. It has changed. It has changed the approach. And by the way, I think that's for the good.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a good thing. Because honestly, a lot of the negativity comes from the fact that they were very high on the team last year. They were talking a pretty big game and couldn't back it up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
And folks got mad at that. If last offseason had been as quiet as this offseason, but the results had been the same, you would still have some negativity and some grumbling, but it wouldn't be as much. I think the intensity with whatever figure what you want to put on it, whatever level you want to put on it, the intensity of the grousing and grumbling this offseason stems from the fact that they talked a big game last year and didn't back it up.
100%, and that they finished the season as poorly as they did. And I mean, you remember and we saw Matt Rule on the graphic that we had on the screen a little bit ago with the backwards hat. Like, it seemed like at the end of the year, they were searching for answers in any way that they could arrive, you know, on the field and motivationally, all sorts of things. I think that you're probably right. Mustache Adam says he's talking to the internet commenters who love him but hate Rule. You know, and perhaps that's, you know, that's some of it
I think
too.
I think he's just speaking generally. He's showing loyalty to the coach.
Definitely.
And some might say, well, but that, you know, I'm talking for the negative folks, or trying to. Well, but he should be committed to the school, not to the coach.
Okay, it's not
It doesn't-
1954 anymore.
It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, if it ever did.
It really never
No?
did, because it's the coach who's the salesman.
The only difference now is that if your guy leaves or you don't like him, you can leave as well. It wasn't that way for the longest time.
Exactly. But he's showing loyalty. He's showing how much, you know, his decision to come to Nebraska is based on the people that he has been dealing with directly. And that's Matt Rule and the coaches.
Yeah.
And I think he is speaking very broadly by just saying, hey, you know, as long as our leadership is around, I'm going to be around.
Yeah, and you know what? To go back to some of my original questions and even what Adam said a couple seconds ago, I wonder if is there a worry with the recruiting class of like, oh man, you know, there is a lot of grumbling because, you know, they're very online. There's a lot of frustration with it. Could there be a world where he gets, you know, fired after this season? And I would like to tell all of them, no, there's not. He's going to be fine. You know, it's like that's the oddity of the contract extension, which we got a text a moment ago from Alex and Lincoln. He says, agreed with what John says and the extension timing. Yeah, and that is also unavoidable, I think, in all of this. But that also gives them such concrete in my opinion, they recruit such concrete information that their coach is here for, I think, at least their first year. The 27 class, I think he is there. And I think it really could be 2, you know, just given how large the buyout is. And so, like, there is, in a way, there is more belief that I have that he will be around for this upcoming recruiting class that I can really ever remember for a coach of his stature so far.
Well, and again, you know, the one thing they'll always have to be able to sell is assuming that, you know, we've hit that this is the floor, you know, 6 wins, 7 wins, that's the floor. If that's the case, they can still sell, hey, look at what we're doing in the future, and we're still better than what you had. Which I know is not going to satisfy some folks, but that plus the big buyout in the contract's going to buy you a lot of time.
Yeah.
And the fact that you've got this very talented quarterback who, you know, Nebraska was in on very early, and, you know, he's been committed now.
I think it's 18 months.
Is it 18? I'm trying to remember the timetable of when he committed. I remember the day he committed, we were on the air. And it felt like it was an early spring.
May 1st, 2025. So
May 1st.
13 months.
All right. So 13 months.
Yeah.
You know, and he still has a whole nother year of high school ball to go.
You said something just now. I wonder, is the worst case scenario yet again that they hang out in that 6 or 7 win category? And I would just say, I'll narrow it down to one number 6, because if they're worse than that, even though nothing can change, at least I think it is I guess we know where this is headed. If they're better than that, it is, we know where this is headed. And so if they land at that 6-6 record again, it is just this middle ground of you can't do anything because the contract is too big, but it's not good enough, but it's not bad enough. You know, where it's just, I remember last year thinking for so long, we will really have a great idea by the end of year 3 on which direction the program is going. And you were like, there's a world where we don't. And they're in this middle ground, and they ended up kind of squarely landing in the middle ground where you ask 100 fans, which direction are they headed in the right direction? Do you believe in this process? Do you believe in this project, or are they not? You're going to get a lot of different answers, you know?
And I know this is taking the conversation in a little bit different direction. Some people look at this year's schedule in terms of how it is set up, not from who you're playing, but when you're playing them, as an advantage. I think it actually is more of a disadvantage because it is set up to look very similar to last year. where you start good and finish poorly because of the backloading of where a lot of these tougher games, especially in November. And that's been one of the prime frustrations. In a weird way, if Nebraska had had the same record, but the order of the wins and losses have been a little bit different, you wouldn't have had nearly as much negativity, especially if they would have
100%.
looked competitive in those last two games against Penn State and Iowa.
2 and 10 in
Unfortunately,
November.
this year's schedule sets up in a way where the possibility of another good start, terrible finish is right there. If I had my druthers, the schedule would be a little bit more balanced out because they could look like they are making progress, but then they hit the big stone wall of Ohio State, basically starting with Washington, because that's essentially a November game. It's Halloween. But starting with Washington, how does it go? Washington.
It's Washington, Illinois, Rutgers, Ohio State, Iowa.
Right. I mean, that on paper right now.
That's way tougher than last year on paper.
That's
right.
A 1-4 finish.
Yeah. Well, if you just go SP
on
plus,
paper.
Yeah, because I've done the SP plus exercise, and it is a 5-0 start, and it is a 1-7 or a 1-6 finish.
Mm-hmm. That would be if we talked about one thing you could do to change college football. One thing I would do to change Nebraska's season is I would reorder the games.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I'd put at least one of the tougher games earlier in the season. I know it might mean an earlier loss, but the way things ended last year did not do anyone around here any favors.
Imagine playing Tennessee in the second week of the season.
Nick, that sounds awesome.
Doesn't it?
It does.
Okay, well, that game's not on the schedule.
Happer brings it up all the time. Which of the seasons over the last decade did you finish so well, or did you lead the season saying, I want to start the next season right now?
Well, yeah, the answer is easy. It was Frost's first year.
Exactly. Think about that. They were 4-8. They started 0-6, but they had such a strong finish. Their 2 losses were close, as always, to Ohio State, a really good team, to Iowa, a good team, and you left. And I remember being in my car listening to Overreaction that day thinking, I wish that the season for next year could start tomorrow. I thought that they were going to just take off because it was like they finished so strong. And of course, we know what happened next. But all of the other years, they finish in such a malaise. And that's why these off seasons feel like they do.
Mm-hmm.
You're right. Like rule year 1, they start 5-3, which is such a surprise. It's like, whoa, they're figuring out ways to win some of these games. But then they finish 0-4. And then the next year, they start, 5-1. And they finish with 1 win over the back half of the season. And then last year, it's essentially the same thing yet again. And they have to finish a season strong. And of all the years so far, this seems to be the one where it's going to be the hardest. I think that you're absolutely correct.
Coming up, Nick, we will play the open.
A new segment.
Nice.
It's a new segment.
Awesome.
But first, a word for our friends at Underdog. I told you I've put in an all Big East
Welcome
combo.
to the Big East, Underdog.
That's right. So I got Jalen Brunson lower than 25.5 points. Stephon Castle higher than 14.5. Mike Bridges higher than 14.5. Josh Hart lower than 11.5. And Julian Champagny higher than 7.5. That's my all. It pays almost 13 times my money.
Let's
and
go.
You can do that today. You don't even have to pick all the Big East players. You can pick some of the other guys. I guess you can pick that Wemby guy.
He's pretty good, John.
But here's the other thing that Underdog is doing for the finals. If you can spot a thief, someone who's been quietly locking up all series, and you got a hunch on who it is, Underdog's got $1 million whoever calls it right. All you have to do is pick the player who walks away with the most steals in the series, and there's $1 million that could be there for you. And Underdog, download it today because you can play it here in Nebraska.
You can indeed, John, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. Download the app today. Use our promo code, which is 1620thezone. You can score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, the promo code is 1620thezone. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit ncpgambling.org.
This is a segment open, and frankly, not a very original one. You see, Josh loves counting things down because he can't live in the moment.
This one, a long time have I watched. All his life as he looked away to the future, to the horizon, never his mind on where he was, what he was doing. You are reckless.
Anyway, this is 100 Days to the NFL. Oh, and there's an obligatory Brent Musburger clip because every Josh Open has to have one.
You are looking live.
Something on 1620 The Zone. Press the button, Nick.
All right, I didn't.
You wanted a 100 days of the NFL.
No, yeah,
I
no.
challenged you. I said, why don't you make it open? We'll do it.
I didn't
You
make
were
one,
like,
though.
I didn't want to make one. So I did it.
But
Yeah.
then so yours shouldn't have Brent Musburger because that's
Well,
not
no,
a
but
Josh Open.
I'm your proxy.
Yeah.
I did it for you.
Well,
We knew
Boston
you were going to
College.
do it if you did make
I
the
know,
open.
but no, I don't consider Brent an NFL guy because I'm not
Because he is.
No, but I'm not your age, John.
The guy literally, one of the last things he did as a broadcaster was the voice of the Raiders
Again, I'm not your
on
age.
the radio,
I don't listen to the
which
radio.
happened like 5 years ago.
David texts into the show 402-951-1620. Intro longer than the segments.
That's a John Open.
Oh, we know.
It's like he married a U Open. And
That's
him
a shorter
together.
open than the college one.
Is it?
Yes,
Well, that one is also a long open, which you made.
but I like it,
Okay, I'm not being critical.
and you
I'm-
did it.
I just reading the text.
But this is 100 days to the NFL.
Yeah!
This is now. I was looking.
The
on,
Dolphins don't matter this season.
and
We know.
I'm basically checked out.
ESPN recently did a whole deal on
On
what-
100 days, they said, isn't this great?
they listed some of the MVP candidates, and one of the candidates that they
Here we
listed.
go.
No, I have a serious question for you.
Okay.
One of the candidates they listed was Dak Prescott, and
God.
they mentioned
Oh, God.
that if he can play the same way as he did last year, and the Cowboys were
Just
just
like Ack.
a little bit better on defense,
I'm gonna throw my
and they
water
were
at you.
contending for a playoff spot,
Sweet.
he could win a playoff. Serious question for you.
Yeah, yeah.
And I did not look this up.
Yeah.
Who is the last Dallas Cowboy to win the MVP?
Oh, God, I have no idea. Troy never won one. Probably Emmitt Smith, right? Has to have been Emmitt Smith.
That's the only one I can think of.
I know.
For a franchise that's won as much as it's had and as popular as it is.
One used to win as much as they had. Oh, this doesn't have the list of their franchises. Let's see. Yes, Emmitt Smith, 1993. He was
Is
an
he the
MVP.
last one?
Yeah,
I mean, that would
Romo-
make sense because
They haven't had a first-team All-Pro quarterback, and if you're not a quarterback, you're not winning the MVP anymore. Yeah, he won it across the board on all of the MVP awards that are listed on Wikipedia. AP, PFWA, Sporting News, Jim Thorpe, Joe F. Carr Trophy.
anyone before that.
I have to imagine so, right? Let's see.
I don't know.
1993. Give me some who would have been some options?
I mean, Roger Staubach, Tony Dorsett.
No, I'm not seeing those guys.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
That the Dallas Cowboys only have one MVP in their history?
I think that might be. Okay, here we go. I'm going to a website. It looks like it was just him.
Whoa.
He is the Dallas Cowboys player MVP winners. It is Emmitt Smith in 1993.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
I mean, part of it too is their rosters were just so good in both eras. You know that they were a
Yeah,
top to
but-
bottom roster.
But I mean, there were a lot of other,
Go Dak.
there were a lot of other, teams, players who, I mean, Favre's teams had good rosters.
That's true.
Elway's teams had good
I
rosters.
know they did.
It is crazy though, isn't it? That Dallas only has one.
So you're saying it's
NFL
going to be
MVP.
two? Let's
No,
go.
I did not say that.
Let's freaking go.
I did not
Nice.
say that.
Nice.
I did not say that.
Mm-hmm.
Here was
believe
another
John said
number
that?
I saw. 78. That's how many games last year were decided by 3 points or fewer. That
That's
is the
why it's-
most in the NFL season, including the playoffs.
That's why this sport rules.
The NFL.
Yeah, that's what I said. This sport, the NFL rules. Football in
Um,
general.
reason for those wins,
It's a
according to
great Super
ESPN,
Bowl, huh?
the number of improbable comebacks. There were 4 wins per week by teams that trailed in the fourth quarter, including 5 by teams that were trailing by at least 15 points.
There were a lot of crazy comebacks last year. The one that popped into my head immediately was the Bills against the Patriots when it was in New England. They were getting smoked, and they had a huge comeback in that game.
Well, the stupid Eagles coming back on the Rams.
The Cowboys came back on the Eagles. What a great day that was. God, that game was terrible, John.
So
awesome. So you're saying it's going to be even better this year too. So Dak's winning the MVP and more.
I did
games
not.
decided
I
by
did
3
not
points or
say
fewer.
anything. I
I
just
keep seeing this
brought
is what
those
you're.
up.
Nick, did you hear that?
If
I
you're
heard
going to
that.
turn this into a cowboy horse segment,
You're the one who brought it up. I didn't bring it up. I'm going which
I
way
brought up
you're-
a question.
I'm
I
riding your
brought
horse,
up a question
John.
that a glorious franchise like the Dallas Cowboys only have one MVP. What a trash ass franchise.
It's about the name
trash ass
on the
franchise.
front of our jersey, John, not the name on our
Well, I don't
back.
know if you know this, but there is no name on the front of your
There
jersey.
used
It's
to
just a
be.
number.
When I was a kid, it said Cowboys in Dallas, or maybe just Cowboys. I had a jersey that said
Knowing the
Cowboys.
Cowboys, they probably had to write it on there so that the team players knew what team they were playing for.
They stopped being able to read, so it didn't matter.
That's true. They're in Texas.
Somebody asked earlier, because this is 100 days to the NFL. J-Man, Josh, can we get a comment? Packers Micah Parsons won't return until at least mid-October per ESPN. Now, why would I comment on that? I'm not a fan of Micah Parsons. He plays for the enemy. This is a tough look, though, for the Packers. He says he's not going to be back.
Why is that a tough look for the Packers? I mean, it's his knee.
Well, no, I mean,
he injured his knee.
You're right. Not tough look. It's tough for the Packers. Is that I took out look and 4.
Yeah.
It's tough. Or I left 4 in. It's tough for the Packers.
It is tough for the Packers.
There you go. That's what I was trying to say. Yeah. Not great.
Which is why
they play the Cowboys in
which is why all
mid-October.
you
He'll be back.
crazy crack smoking people think, oh, Mahomes will be back. He'll be 100%
I can't
by
wait
the
for you to
first
be
game.
okay. I never said
They
he's gonna be-
literally got hurt on the same day, and his injuries were
Yes.
at least as bad as.
But he is going to start, and then you're going to have some weird excuse because you never can admit you're wrong. So you're going to be like, well, but I didn't have all the information.
While we're on Mahomes,
yeah,
do we think that this last injury he's coming back from is going to be that injury that he won't play the same as he did before?
That's wish casting, definitely.
I'm not wish casting. I'm asking because it feels like
it will change. There is no question it will change him. Injuries like that change a lot.
Right. That's what I'm saying. There's been so many great quarterbacks where they get an injury or just players in general, they get an injury like that and they're just not the same anymore.
Yeah.
And
now,
it's just so happens.
and by the way, I'm not saying that means he'll be worse. The great ones adjust. And if he is
like Tom Brady.
if he is truly a great one, he is going to
Can't compare anyone to Tom Brady.
He will make the adjustments. But yeah, but that was going to happen regardless of the injury. I mean, age was eventually going to do it. The injury just probably speeds up that process a little bit more.
I'm still going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I think he'll be fine. He'll change for sure, but I think he's going to be a great quarterback. Tom Brady was a great quarterback after his injury.
Yeah, I'm not saying whether or not he'll be greater. I'm just saying it will change him.
For sure. He will definitely be a different.
Just like it'll change Micah.
Yeah. And I would say it's
But
more
it would-
impactful on him than it will be on Mahomes.
I think it's more impactful on Mahomes than it is on Micah.
I think a quarterback can extend their career much longer in this era of the NFL than an edge rusher can. Like he needs to be able to do those types of things. And Mahomes, I know his game has been built around movement, but I think he will be able to adapt and adjust. It'll be harder for Micah.
There it is.
Yes. Great segment, John. I like this segment because you don't just sit here and complain all the time. We get excited about
Was I
things.
complaining?
About college football? Yes. That's
No,
why
I wasn't. I was talking about Nebraska's red zone.
That was complaining. They need to do better. That's complaining.
That was Michael's submission. That
I
wasn't
know. He was still complaining. Was he not complaining that their red zone was bad?
I mean, that's a fact that the red zone was bad.
Yeah.
They
I
were
know.
sharing information.
I know.
I'm
I like
sharing.
this where it's like, are you excited about this thing happening?
No.
What about this? This is fun.
My team's garbage.
Okay, well, Nick, so is mine. But you still can get excited.
Excited for slop? I'm not John.
Stay tuned for What's for Dinner. It's coming up in 90 minutes.
What do we think of Texas Tech?
Oh,
We're going to explore that ahead of Dumb Debates, which is also coming up.
nice.
And you can still submit your Dumb Debates into the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed
Nice.
at USC 1620. Send them in. We'd love to hear from you on
Please.
1620 The Zone. You can win 13 weeks of hot, delicious Arby's combo meals in the Summer Sizzle giveaway gimmick. Go to 1620thezone.com today. You could be enjoying some of the same great treats that we had last week
I love treats
from Arby's.
I like chicken salad. I know that because of Arby's.
Enter now, 1620thezone.com. Make this your tastiest summer yet. Sponsored by Arby's. Summer Sizzle giveaway gimmick. Texas Tech has been in the news a lot lately. A lot.
Why? What's going on?
Well, they're doing a lot of things
Hmm.
across different sports and in different areas. Not that we should be the one to promote his work. So we'll just say
I know.
Pat,
Your guy.
someone with SI, did a synopsis. It's a story called Texas Tech versus Everyone, Just How the Red Raiders Like It.
Mm.
So think about it. You have Brendan Sorsby
Yes.
challenging the NCAA's ruling that he is ineligible to play because he bet on his sport.
Mm-hmm.
And Texas Tech is full-throatedly and full lawyered up to help out their hope-to-be quarterback.
Yeah.
So you have that going
As he wrote,
on.
Tech versus NCAA bylaws.
You have the softball controversy.
What? Explain it to us, John.
I'm not going to explain it to you. It's
'cause
just
you don't know what it is.
Well,
I didn't even know what it was.
Actually, it's more than just the stuff that happened with Tennessee, because this actually goes back to when they beat Florida in the Super Regionals.
Mm.
And Mia Williams, who is the high-priced pitcher that Texas Tech used their NIL money to take away from Florida,
Mm-hmm.
she hits the decisive home run. But it was a very contentious game. She got hit by a few pitches. There was tension in the stands. Mia Williams' father, Jason Williams, who was a basketball star at Florida,
Mm-hmm.
got into it with fans of his former school, and went really hard in the paint, taunting Florida fans. So there was that. Then there was the stuff that happened at the Women's College World Series featuring Taylor Pinnell and the Tennessee coach, because she was another transfer that left. So you got that going on. Then you have the stuff we talked about last week with what was said by Steve Sarkisian.
Yes.
And how Tech fired back.
Which I liked.
With the idea of,
play a game.
hey, Texas, you want to talk smack? We'll go ahead and cancel this, week non-conference game. You cancel yours, and we'll play each other this season. So you've got all of these things going on. Plus,
There's
and
more.
this is the biggest one. Who's the guy who is leading the charge for all of this? We need to save college sports. Cody Campbell.
Yeah.
The guy who, while trying to save college sports, is also bankrolling all of these big money moves that have put Texas Tech at the forefront of football and softball.
He is very much benefiting from the current state of the sport, because it has allowed his Red Raiders to do something that they had never done before. Even the finest Mike Leach days, they were not as good as they were last year.
So the question then is, where do we sit on this? Where do we sit on Texas Tech right now and what they are doing? Because there is no doubt, as a singular university, no one has been creating more waves than the school, or at least people affiliated with the school on their behalf.
That's pretty crazy. I mean, because if you would have said a day ago before this story, Josh, who is the most impactful school right now in college sports, I wouldn't have thought of Texas Tech. I wouldn't have thought to go there with them. And yet they are involved in lots of stuff right now, whether it's the Brendan Sorsby, whether it is the stuff that you just mentioned with Cody Campbell. So you have this behind the scenes, if you will, on, in a way, the integrity and the future of college sports. And then you have this on-field issue that has popped up kind of at least for me, out of nowhere, with their very successful softball program as well. And then you have the thing with Sark. And by the way, I don't know if you saw this, and this is what accidentally kicked off my mentions being a tire fire today, but Matt Zenitz of CBS Sports, he said that they are working to set up a home-and-home series for next year, 27 and 28, with a premier non-conference opponent. They've had communication with USC and Notre Dame, teams like USC and Notre Dame. So be on the lookout. It sounds like something is going to be announced very, very soon with them. So like they are very involved with a lot of stuff right now.
So where do we come down on Texas Tech? Or is what they're doing good? Are we fans of what they're doing? Or are we like, all right? And there is an element to this of, because remember, Texas Tech is not one of the normal players.
That is a huge part of this.
They're not
story.
the Longhorns. They're not the Buckeyes. They're not the Wolverines.
Yeah.
They're not the Fighting Irish.
Yeah.
The schools that typically draw a lot of attention. And so there is an element of fans and followers who follow big boy programs. And I'm going to throw Nebraska in that as well.
That don't like this.
That don't like it when these
upstarts
come in and start shaking up the norm.
Correct. Which is why I like them. That's why. So like, there's a lot of stuff in there that I don't like. I mean, I'll be honest. I don't really. They talk to somebody at a lot. I'm like, I don't care. I don't like the Sorsby stuff.
Tomorrow.
I don't like the. Thank you. I don't like the Sorsby stuff. That said, like, I don't think that the Sorsby stuff is an only them problem. Sadly, as we have seen in all walks of life. But I will just go to sports here. If it happened here, they'd be making the same argument because this is what happens. I'm just so cynical about any of these types of things.
Yeah.
You know, and you know why? Penn State. The cynicism exists because of Penn State. And maybe it's only Penn State that would have responded like they did. But again, seeing the future of what has happened since, I don't think that that's the case.
Oh, no. The cult-like following that these programs have, and let's face it, Nebraska was at the heart of this once upon a time, too, with 1995, Lawrence Phillips and all the off-field issues where Nebraska was the pariah, and everybody around here circled the wagons.
Yeah.
And went all in while the rest of the country looked down their nose and said, oh, there's Nebraska cheating again, or there's Nebraska, being, the dirty player again. You mentioned Penn State with everything that happened with Sandusky. Those folks rallied around Joe Pa, and we all made fun of them.
Yep. But
now Texas Tech is kind of trying, at least, because if you think about it, the softball stuff aside, because that's more just kind of trash talk, but I guess you really can't throw it aside because it's really talking about NIL in a sport that we didn't expect to see $1 million players. We thought at some point, with NIL, yeah, we're going to have $1 million players in basketball and football, but not in softball. And yet Texas Tech went all in and said, yep, we're taking that one and that one and that one. We're bringing them all in. We're going to spend a lot of money on our roster, and it's changed the game.
Because that's the type of way that I would want my favorite team to operate. Like that's where with them, I feel like there is an undercurrent, a large one, of jealousy because of what you said a few minutes ago.
Sure.
An undercurrent of jealousy because they are not the regular team. Ohio State spent a lot on their roster. Nobody cares. It's Ohio State. They should spend a lot on their roster. Texas Tech doesn't. It's like, whoa, we need to fix this. And so that's why that type of stuff I appreciate from them. He wants his team to be really good, and he's trying like hell. But I always appreciate the teams that kind of upset things, that are not the Blue Bloods, that are not the franchises that have won all the titles. I like that type of stuff. It's why I got behind the Indiana bandwagon so much. It's fun. I enjoy that because they're not the normal team. And if they can do it, anybody can. And you're probably going to have some stupid quip about the Cowboys, but they suck. And so they don't fit into your stupid quip, John. So don't even say it.
But what does fit into the quip is welcome to the Ramily.
No, definitely
because we're the ones shaking up the world.
I wouldn't hate the Rams, or I don't even hate them. I wouldn't have a negative opinion, but I have to talk to you every day for 4 hours. That's the reason I don't want them to succeed.
Unless they have a timeshare.
You hate us because you hate us.
Yes, you've had so much success. I'm done with you having success. I want some success now. And Nick, I want Nick to have some.
If you finally get smart and come over to my side, you will have success.
I loved the 99 Rams.
I am really torn on this question, and it really does stem because I do think, what Cody Campbell is doing is rather shrewd. He is intentionally tearing up the landscape while at the same time arguing for the landscapes being torn up and we need to bring it back together. You know, he's playing both sides here. He's kind of like Palpatine, right? He started the Clone Wars. He started the Clone Wars to get his ultimate goal, and that is to take over everything.
That's been a theme I've seen in a lot of things recently, not just in the sports world, but intentionally breaking stuff and then offering a worse fix.
I don't like those worse fixes.
I don't either.
But the thing that really holds me back,
On liking Texas Tech or on rooting for 'em?
is the stuff with Sorsby.
Yeah.
Because to me, that is the string that could unravel everything. If you're going to allow people to play who are betting on the sport, which has been a no-no forever, forget about, you know, cultism and fans being fans and rallying around their troublemakers, even though the rest of the world hates them. Forget about all that noise. When you look at the heart of what is happening, and I don't mean to draw the comparison to say that whatever off-field transgressions were happening at Nebraska or at Penn State are better or worse than what Brendan Sorsby did. But with those were things that socially we had problems with, but it did not necessarily affect what happens between the white lines. Right?
Yeah.
What the Sorsby case does affects what happens between the white lines. Because if they allow Sorsby to play this year, that is a green light to everybody across college sports. It's okay if you bet on your sport. You can still play.
Which is such
it is opening the Pandora's box to
throwing games.
It's
like it's hard to describe how big of a net negative this would be. And that, again, whenever we talk about it, I can't believe that there is an argument, you know, like I feel like there are basic things that we should all agree on. And this is one of those things, you know, and yet it doesn't make any sense. I mean, if they allow him to play, it's a travesty for college sports. I will obviously be rooting against them. I do love upsetting the apple cart in a lot of ways, but this goes
stuff,
way too far.
Yeah, the other stuff, you know, I'm okay with. But the Sorsby thing really holds me back right now because that is the string that holds it all together.
Yeah.
I mean, just imagine anything the NCAA wants to do in terms of trying to control the integrity of the contest on the field is thrown completely out the window if you allow a guy to break the one code we have all agreed is the one you can't do, and that is you can't bet on your sport, period. End of story.
What Africa says, I think it even affects the major leagues. I would agree because you can have your rules in the professional sports, and they still will. But if you have a bunch of these players that are coming up and they have known this world, it's going to be hard to break that habit, you know? And that's
and that's why you know what, to me, the question, the real debate
should the NFL even want him?
The real debate should be, should Roger Goodell and the NFL
like
preemptively say, you're not welcome here.
Yeah.
Or you can come here, but you're sitting out at least 1 year.
It would be really fascinating.
That's a better conversation than the one we're having currently.
Yeah. You know, if I'm pro sports in a way, I'd almost want to start having those discussions, you know, whether it's Goodell or whether it's Adam Silver or whether it's Gary Bettman, like Rob Manfred, all of those guys in a way getting together and saying, we got to curtail this before it becomes a big problem.
I agree with what you're saying.
Uh-oh.
But it feels like these leagues, the NFL is what comes to mind first, has kind of put themselves into a corner if they do that, because then they're saying what Deshaun Watson did was somehow not as bad as what Sorsby's doing.
But again, and I know we're trying to weigh these different things, but what Deshaun Watson did does not affect what happens between the white lines. And these companies are in the business of providing a product where the integrity of what happens between the white lines is sacrosanct.
Also, you cannot change. They've already suspended players in the NFL.
Yeah, and they have suspended players for behavior.
What's the wide receiver? He missed a whole year a couple seasons ago because he did a same game parlay. So like they've already gone down.
Well,
that road.
hell, this goes back to Alex Karras and Paul Hornick got suspended for a year.
Yeah, and then in Major League Baseball, of course, it goes all the way back to the Black Sox. So like they have
Pete
already
Rose.
they have already said we will not allow for this to happen. And so like I agree with Nick. Obviously, morally, what Deshaun Watson did is reprehensible. What Ray Rice did, and the only reason that changed was because there was footage that came out, and suddenly Goodell felt like he was backed into a corner.
Mhm.
But I am with you. Like that should be the debate right now. Not will he be in the supplemental draft, but should the NFL even want that to happen?
Yeah.
I wouldn't if I'm Goodell.
I mean, personally, I would if I were an owner in the NFL, I would be in Rodgers' ear right now saying this dude needs to sit out a year, at least a year, if we even want him at all.
Yeah, seriously.
Because we need to send the message that we're not going to allow, because he is a habitual gambler. And don't tell me that 30 days in the, I guess you can't call it the drunk tank. What would it be called? The
dice tank.
The degenerate tank.
Mm-hmm. What's
That ain't gonna
table?
fix you. That
It's
is
a
just the
Coldplay
start.
song.
That's
I love
like
that song.
that's putting the tourniquet on the injury, but there's a long healing process that has to happen. His gambling addiction isn't going to stop just because he went to the degenerate tank for 30 days. This is only the beginning.
Yeah.
And this dude wants to play now.
Mm-hmm. So we're not rooting for Texas Tech.
I'm not.
Okay.
I can't.
Down with Texas
Like
Tech.
Texas Rec.
Got him.
I can't.
Direct.
You know what I can root for?
And you know what else? They also fired Mike Leach. So there you go.
They did fight. You know what? Screw them. That was Craig James.
For Craig James.
Yeah, that guy sucks.
And then he died
He did die.
much later.
Yeah, it wasn't right away. Fired and now you're dead.
Dumb
That was Joe
Debates is
Paterno.
next on 1620 The Zone.
Listeners and not to, we did anyway. Dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way. Dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mail a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton? Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Die for the pylon or give up on the plate. Dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away. Dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
And away we go with the Wednesday tradition. It's Dumb Debates. You get to take over the grum by asking us any kind of question you'd like. Just please use the hashtag Dumb Debates, whether you're sending it to us in an email into the Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620zone.com. Or the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. Please use the hashtag Dumb Debates.
We got some awesome ones today, like really, really good ones.
Well,
the text machine's been filling up. The inbox has been filling up.
Here's an oddly specific one from KD to start us off.
Oh, okay.
Which is more cowardly behavior, yelling at a radio host because they say the schedule is weak, or wanting to schedule weak to guarantee a crap bowl game? Hashtag Dumb Debates.
Ooh, what a great question.
That is a really good question.
Very specific. Don't know where Katie must be listening to a show, elsewhere in the country. Bloomington, Indiana, perhaps.
Could be.
Talking about that.
Well, I do schedule week.
I think the answer is actually the latter option. It is wanting that. It is talking about, like, somebody was in my mentions. I guess maybe this was about me. I don't know what Katie was going for. Somebody was in my mentions earlier saying, yeah, but the playoff committee doesn't take into account non-conference scheduling. So here we are. To which I say, but I thought that this was about getting more wins so you could have like 7 wins. Then why are we talking about the playoffs of it? I hate the schedule. I hate week scheduling. It sucks. I hate it. It sucks.
I mean, we have to be, if we're going to be,
yell at me all you want.
If we're going to ride our white ponies in,
we're defending non-conference schedules.
If we're going to white knight good non-conference games, it has to be for everybody. And that includes the local team.
I wish that they could just make a rule. Oh, that could have been my answer earlier. Demand one power-on-power game from every school.
Yeah, you want to watch Power on Power from the corner chair.
Oh, I'll sit in the CNT chair. Do we want to do the existential one, John, that we just got from Tay?
I mean, I guess.
Would you rather live a few days as your infant self and have full awareness, or live the rest of your life with little concept of your childhood? They say if we knew what was happening when we were born, it would destroy us forever and we would never be able to get past it. It is such a emotional and incredible experience that you'd be struggling with it for the
So
rest
does this
of
mean I'm going back in time?
Yes. You are tiny toddler John with a family rag, but you have your current John brain.
No, I didn't view it that way. I meant
no?
more like you're an infant and you lived those days, and so you have such a large recollection of, how do you get your food as a baby, John? Your mom is doing something with her tatas.
I mean, you'd
I was bottle fed, so I'm good there.
That explains a lot.
Congratulations.
You'd probably remember being born, which can't not be traumatizing.
It would be very traumatizing.
Babies aren't crying for fun when they come out.
No,
For some people, it'd be the first time they saw it.
The
only time they saw it.
Hey-o.
Got him.
Nice.
Or you'd live the rest of your life with little concept of your childhood, which is very formative and important for a person.
Well, where are we stopping childhood at? What's the stop for childhood?
Let's say
12 years old.
Okay, I was going to say the end of middle school, which is only a couple years
All
old.
right, fine. 14 years old.
Okay.
They're all pretty formative.
They're
Even
very
after-
formative.
yeah.
So one is you'd miss out on these formative years. The other, you would have too much information about like a way formative part of your life. Not even formative, but you're alive.
Mhm.
Seriously, you're like all warm and
Foundation.
gooey, and then you're cold and crying, and Your mom probably pooped all over the room. They don't tell you
Why
that.
would your mom poop all over the room?
Ladies poop when they give birth sometimes.
You never heard about this, John? Have you
That's the
seen this?
thing.
Have you heard about that? You,
Well, yeah,
you
but-
have 2 kids. Go ask her. You ever crap yourself, dear?
No.
They're pushing.
Yeah,
It just
John.
comes out of everywhere.
It's natural.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's one thing.
I remember-
You made it sound like it happens all the time. Oh, look, mom's coming in to change the diapers. Oh, crap. She took a dump.
No pun intended. No, I was talking about the day you're born. I saw a video one time in human growth and development class, and the mom was just naked giving birth. And I was like, what? Is that how it happens? Because I was 12 and I didn't know.
The videos we
Maybe
watched,
14.
the videos we watched looked like they were from the late 80s.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. Human growth classes.
Couldn't see anything.
I wonder if we saw a lot.
From the late 80s? Well, that meant there was a lot more hair.
That's what I'm saying, John.
There was.
Couldn't see anything.
To answer this question, I mean, I am interested about being an infant. I think I'll go with that one. Bring on the traumatizing nature of it. It sounds cool. I don't want to forget my core memories. I got great memories with my mom and my dad.
The best part of memories is
making them. I
Well,
made the
yeah,
memories.
it was such a formative time. I mean, yeah, I would not want to lose that.
All right.
See, meanwhile, my formative years were marred by divorce and a bunch of close personal family deaths.
So you want to skip that?
I think so.
So we're all being born and we're remembering it.
I think I'd rather deal with the stuff after I was 14.
Congratulations. Now your
Thanks.
parents never got divorced. Or they
Or
didn't
I
tell
don't
you.
remember them ever getting divorced.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's exciting, Nick.
I grew up well adjusted, guys.
Okay, this is now the opposite kind of question.
Cool.
I love this from Q from Omaha. What is the most controversially acceptable pizza topping? I just tried a pickle pizza from Rocco's and it was incredible.
Does it mean we have to like it or just controversial?
So he's saying, what's the most acceptable controversial?
What's the most controversially acceptable pizza topping? So, like controversial pizza toppings, for example, would include
Pineapple
and ham. I think that is garbage.
See, and I don't think pineapple's really like it. I think people make it more controversial than it really is. It's been around for years. It's a staple.
It's still controversial.
See,
though.
mine
It's
is
still controversial, but it's also acceptable because everyone's doing it.
That's not my
See,
answer.
mine is cream cheese on pizza. Too many people are putting cream cheese on pizza, and it's gross.
But then that's not the answer to the question.
Yeah, it is.
I feel like
That's controversial, but people accept it
But no,
because so many people are doing it.
I guess I took this as because of the second half. I just tried a pickle pizza and it was incredible. That it's supposed to be more you based, where it's like a controversial pizza opinion that you have that you think is acceptable.
All right, well, let's go from that angle then.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
I'm gonna go
after-
pineapple on pizza. I think it belongs there. It's sweet, savory. It adds a good complexity to the palate of the pizza. Now it has to be at the right thing. I'm not
Yeah,
just
that's
saying.
the thing. I haven't had too many weird things on pizza. I mean, an egg.
Did you like it?
Yeah.
No, you're not talking about a breakfast pizza. You're talking about like a
No,
pizza
no. This
with an
is
egg
a
on it.
pizza at Momo's in Lincoln where it's
Pitch does that here, where they crack an egg on it.
There was one time. Now
Yeah.
this was on a dare in college, but it was based off of a thing that people do where they make pea and mayonnaise pizza. They just put peas on.
They pee on the pizza.
Exactly.
First, your mom's crapping on the floor, and now you're peeing on pizza.
But I tried it once in college on a dare, and it wasn't terrible. Like it wasn't great, but it was just mayo and peas on pizza. It was fine.
That's oh yeah. You know what my answer is? Mashed potatoes. When we were in New Haven last year after the marathon, we went to a place because there's all these New Haven style pizza or whatever it's called. And I couldn't believe how great it was. I wanted to eat that pizza all day. It was awesome. It was super, super tasty. I recommend it. I think you'd like it.
Staying with food, Peter asked best taco in Omaha and the surrounding area.
Ooh.
This is probably going to be very.
Oh, you're gonna say Taco
Does
Bell again?
does surrounding area include Lincoln?
Yes.
Sure. Cool. Yeah. Let's roll it in.
When I think of tacos as fast food. When I go out for Mexican food, if it's a sit-down place, I am not ordering tacos. The only time I have tacos is either when we have them at home or I'm going through the drive-through at Taco John's or Taco Bell or Amigos. That's not to say there aren't great tacos out there.
Mm-hmm.
So my experience is more, I'm not going to order tacos. I'm going to order an enchiladas or
I totally understand what you're saying.
Chileriano or, burrito or whatever. So this is hard for me to answer. The first thing I would say is if she was still around, Aurora's Kitchen. those tacos in Fremont with the big flour shells, kind of similar to the ones they have over at Jonesy's. So I'm probably saying Jonesy's.
Yeah. Because I was going to say, and a couple people commented, including Dave Fight, Taco Co. So there's a place over here in Benson, and they do the fried flour tacos. Excellent.
Yeah.
Very, very good.
I still
So that's
haven't
my
done
answer.
is it California Taco?
Yeah.
The famous one here in Omaha, they Triple D.
Yeah.
You kind of smirked.
I've had it many times. Every time I have it, I like it less.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Taco Co. rocks.
So the reason I asked about Lincoln, and this is going to be probably the only time this is ever the case,
Whoa.
where I prefer food in Lincoln here.
Yeah.
Birria Boss catered my wedding.
I've heard about that place.
They have birria tacos, but they're also fried tacos, and they have the dipping and then the other street taco fare you can put on it.
It was very
Some
good.
of the best tacos I've ever had.
It was a good meal.
Literally, the first bite, when Paige and I were trying food for our wedding, the first bite, we both looked at each other and were like, yes, this is it.
There was let's see. I got a text from Michael Severe. El Dorado has amazing tacos. I've never been there. I also love Mula. Their tacos are really good. They have shrimp tacos that I absolutely adore, that I get every single time we go there. But they're not like a typical Mexican spot in that, like, they don't have enchiladas. Because I'm with John. When I go to a traditional Mexican spot, I never get tacos. I always get enchiladas or a burrito or something else.
I bet the tacos at Classic Codigo are great.
Yeah.
I haven't had them.
They look awesome.
But they look so good.
Nick writes, we played the childbirth video in middle school in Rewind, and it made a girl in class throw up. It was hilarious.
Wow.
That's quite wild. Wow. And Mike Schaefer says that pineapple rocks.
Pineapple does rock. I'm with you, Shay.
I like pineapple, not on pizza.
Now, it is, you can't just throw it on with any topping. You have to make sure there's a balance there, which is why ham and pineapple are so freaking good together.
See, I would like to try it with sausage.
Yeah.
I think the savoriness of the sausage working with the pineapple. I would like to try that.
I bet that's great because I love pineapple brats. That's my favorite type of brat. I think any pork with the pineapple will work great.
Well, speaking of food, I have another. I try to find one of these a week.
Okay.
It's a visual one. It's another one of these. Which one of these do you get rid of?
Oh, this is going to be easy for you, though.
Nah, you might be surprised by my answer. So here is, it's a plate of food. Which one can you not live without? Or which one can you live without? Starting at noon on the clock and moving around, you got biscuits and gravy. You have sausage, eggs, shrimp, chicken legs.
And it's just legs?
It says chicken legs, steak, fries, barbecue ribs.
So wait.
And there's ketchup in the middle.
Yeah.
Forget about the ketchup.
I was going to say, can we get rid of the ketchup?
Yeah, ketchup.
So your answer is not shrimp? You don't like seafood?
My answer is 100%
I don't
shrimp.
dislike shrimp, but the answer for this one was very easy because it was very specific.
It's chicken legs?
Chicken legs.
Same. See you later, chicken legs.
Really?
Yeah. I think chicken legs.
That's my least favorite of all the pieces.
Yeah.
But it's still chicken and it's still good.
But if it's, I have to get rid of one, but I get all of the other chicken
Yeah,
and all this stuff?
I still get the breasts,
the thighs,
the breasts,
the wings.
Yeah, seriously.
The breasts.
Because I like all of those things.
Yeah, the chicken leg, the leg meat is the least good of the poultry meat.
Now change chicken legs to chicken thighs, and then it's a much tougher discussion for me. Then I don't know what I would do.
I can just get rid of shrimp. Like I don't really like seafood, but when I do, it's usually shellfish. I'm fine without shrimp.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
shrimp is
honestly,
shellfish, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, but I'm fine. I can live without shrimp for the rest of my life.
Okay.
yeah, I mean,
I never
honestly,
eat
if
it,
it
really.
weren't for the chicken leg component, it would be shrimp for me.
Yeah.
Because I could live without it.
See, for me, so I think I'm like the only one on here who likes every single thing that is on this list. And so if like we remove the chicken leg option, then it would be a lot tougher. I don't know what I would pick. I mean, the answer might be one of my newer favorite foods. Biscuits and gravy might have to go.
I want to take a moment.
Sorry, biscuits and gravy.
I want to take a moment and highlight Doug in Idaho's comment. Bye fries.
That's insane to me.
Not only he's Doug in Idaho, potatoes.
Good call, Nick.
Who wants to get rid of fries? Everybody loves. I thought everybody loved fries.
Kevin writes fries too.
Wow.
Why would you get rid of fries?
I would be so sad
That's
without fries.
insane.
I had fries last night. I'll probably have fries tonight.
I'm guessing they're probably saying I could do tater tots, or they're living in a Damon world where it's protein. Which is, I mean, listen, if that's your jam, that's your jam.
Protein powder on your fries, then you freak.
Shafe says poor chicken legs. Yes.
I like chicken legs.
Sorry,
Yeah,
chicken
get
legs.
rid of
I'm not
chicken
afraid
legs.
to say it.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Speaking my truth.
I got a comment and then I got another question. So the 402 writes, Nick, that take on cream cheese pizza or cream cheese on pizza might be the worst thing you've ever said. And you've said a lot of really stupid stuff, but cream cheese on pizza is fantastic. I wish that we could bring in Matt Verzal, RIP, so that you could tell him that cream cheese on pizza is gross, because I think he'd have a thing or two to say to you, because one of the best pizzas at his restaurant, does he not know Verz is dead, involves cream cheese. So you are wrong, my friend. You are way, way wrong.
So
yeah, but
this was our personal tastes. I hate cream cheese on pizza, and I think it's everywhere. I think it's too many places, and it feels shoehorned.
I don't disagree with you totally.
I'm not a huge fan of it either.
I am perfectly fine, because the wife loves to put cream cheese on pizza. I am perfectly fine if they passed a law banning it. I would be like, whoa, I got no problem with that. I mean, I'll eat it with the cream cheese on. It doesn't like kill me, but I'm like, I don't need it.
That's exactly how I feel.
I do not need it.
I just don't understand Ray writes, now this is a sports one, so I apologize. And it's probably going to make people mad, so I apologize for that too. Since Creighton has entered the Big East and Nebraska has entered the Big Ten, has Creighton exceeded expectations in basketball more than Nebraska has faltered or failed in football? Hopefully that makes sense. That makes sense to me. Do you understand what he's saying?
Mm-hmm.
Your expectations for Creighton coming into the Big East for men's hoops compared to your expectations for football coming into the Big Ten, obviously for football, which has exceeded / non-exceeded, faltered more.
See, but that's the key, because when Creighton entered the Big East, they had arguably one of their best teams ever. And it gave people a sense of it's going to be awesome. And then it took a huge dip, but then it did come back. But I just remember the cockiness around here.
We were so cocky.
The cockiness around here of and people forget this. People forget this. As much as some of you want to honk on the Big Ten, folks around here hated the Big Ten.
Oh yeah,
hated it. Mm-hmm. Said the Big Eight was much better football. Mm-hmm. And so when Nebraska got the invite, yeah, we were all talking about the money and just trying to get away from Texas. But the arrogance around here about what Nebraska was going to do. Remember, Nebraska was the preseason favorite in 2011. Or I'm sorry.
The first year.
Yeah, the first year. That was 2011.
Yeah.
They were the preseason favorite to win the conference.
They were.
So I think the answer is.
You think it's Nebraska?
I think Nebraska lowballed football in the Big Ten more than Creighton highballed, for lack of a better term, Big East basketball. And I would say, what Creighton has done in the Big East to be as good as they have been consistently is they are one of the schools who, when they moved up, like a Utah, for example, when they moved up, they have benefited both financially and on the floor. They elevated their game. A lot of other schools, Nebraska being one of them, kind of lagged back. Missouri wasn't as much. Colorado kind of fell on hard times. I think the answer is Nebraska lowballing.
So just presenting my case for a moment. And Fight says, good luck defining expectations for either team. I don't recall exactly what I expected from Creighton coming into the Big East. I definitely did not see them turning into the team that they became, because I thought that the first year in the conference was going to be like this crazy one-off because they had a literal generational superstar who was the best player in the country.
That's fair.
But I know for sure that I did not expect Nebraska to fall to the depths that they have. Because if Nebraska, I thought that they were going to come in, and I was one of those, they're going to own the league. I thought that they were on the uptick with Bo and that they were about to walk into the Big Ten and just destroy
Because
it.
remember where football was in the early 2010s.
The Big Ten was slow and stodgy, and they couldn't win big games.
And the Big 12 was offense and points and
Bo Pelini had figured out defense.
Speed. Yep.
But here's the thing. If Nebraska, for the last 15 seasons, had been the Bo years only, I still would be like, man, they underachieved what I thought they would be coming into the league.
Mm-hmm.
But because the dip got so low, I actually think that it makes it a pretty easy decision, and that's Nebraska.
And listen, you can't look at this through the lens of the 2020s. It's got to be early 2010s.
Because the conference sucked. It was slow. Seriously, they didn't win big games. Ohio State, which we view as like the premier program in college football right now, They got embarrassed on the national stage over and over and over again. Again, I thought Nebraska was going to walk in there.
And Michigan was just kind of there.
Yeah. Seriously,
Wisconsin, honestly, Wisconsin was holding up as much of their end of the bargain as anybody.
Yeah. If you're not picking Nebraska, I just think that you're not remembering how you viewed the Big Ten. You know, and the league did get admittedly way better. Urban Meyer showed up in 2012 and everything changed.
Everything completely changed. But when Nebraska entered the league, the thought was, oh, we are going to show these guys how to play football.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good question.
Pedro, very good question. Pedro writes, hi, guys, dumb debate question. What power would you rather have, to teleport or fly? You can teleport up to 50 miles, and you have to wait 30 minutes to use it again. Or you can fly up to 100 miles and can fly again after 15 minutes. But it takes you 40 minutes to fly 100 miles. So you can fly more often, but you're moving at slightly faster than driving speed. I mean, 100 miles is for 40 minutes. I'm trying to figure out.
But you'd be going faster than 60.
No, way faster. You're basically going 120 miles per hour.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm doing my math right. Maybe 150 miles per hour. So you're going very, very fast.
Mm-hmm.
No, 120. I think it's 100, maybe 130. I'm sorry. Or you can teleport and you just have to wait a little bit, but there's no lag.
I'd teleport.
50 minutes. I mean, 50 miles, John, you're basically getting home.
Yeah, I'd rather teleport.
Yeah.
Because then it's...
Yeah, because it's, what, a 30-minute cooldown?
Well, actually, I think I would rather fly because then I would lose my excuse of not having to do things.
Oh, yeah. You would.
Oh, but John, you could just teleport.
People would say that a lot.
30 minutes.
In all seriousness, I would do the teleporting because, I mean... God, that'd be a game changer.
Well, just think about the city you live in. You would be able to go wherever you need to go, and barring you needing to go right home afterwards, like, then just drive there and it'll be fine.
See,
but if I could show up to work and then I'm suddenly home at 6:01, you know,
teleporting is a sneaky good thing for running errands or going to the bar after work, right?
100%. Yeah, living in your city, teleportation rocks.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, like for
John, if I want to
to
visit home, that's an hour and a half drive, almost 2 hours. I can just.
Yeah.
Hey guys, what's up? Hang out for half an hour.
Well, it's 50 miles though, so if it's an hour and a half, Nick, you'd be blooping halfway through, and then you have to wait another half hour.
There's towns.
There you go.
I'll
by
get
the way,
around to disc golf.
Jordan says it is 150 miles per hour. Thank you. I apologize.
Yeah.
So 150 miles per hour is what you're flying, but you can fly up. You can only fly up to 100 miles though. Mm-hmm. So you can't go 150 miles in an hour. You have to stop at 100 miles. Like that'd be really cool. But that doesn't even get you to Kansas City, for example.
You'd still have to rest and probably.
Now the disadvantages with teleportation, it really wouldn't help you if you wanted, like if I want to go from here to Chicago.
Yeah, I mean it would get you there faster.
Mm-hmm. Would it?
Let's see.
50, I'm going 50 miles at a time, but I got to wait a half hour in between trips.
Because how many miles is Chicago away from here?
Well, let's just say 450-ish. I want to say, or 400. I mean, it might cut the trip.
Wow, you're right, John. That cuts it maybe an hour.
Yeah,
that's pretty crazy.
And then you're just stopping every 50 miles. You just wander around, going, "What am I going to do for half an hour?"
But if you could fly, does the math on all this end up being actually really, really similar?
Could be.
But again, the teleportation is nice because if you live in your city, or even for you, John. You could teleport 50 miles away. That gets you to Lincoln. You could hang out at a bar. You could have a quick beer, and then you get home, a half hour later.
Being able to go get groceries, teleport to the store, have a bag or arms full of groceries, and to just bloop right in front of your fridge would be awesome.
The only problem with that, though, is, unless your trip to the grocery store is going to take more than 30 minutes, you're going to be standing around and waiting, to teleport back home.
I could make a grocery store trip last at least 30 minutes.
Perfect. That was a fun one.
Thank you.
Dato says, a loved one of yours is kidnapped in a car.
What?
You jump in another car to pursue. Do you make sure there's music going on during your pursuit?
Can I turn on a podcast? I got to hear the takes on the NBA Finals.
You know what? Your wife gets kidnapped. They're driving off. You jump in the car, and the first thing you're like is
Bill Simmons.
Gee, I wonder if I can listen to Bill Simmons.
And then you're fumbling around. Meanwhile, they're getting further and further away.
No, in all seriousness, I think the answer to this is an easy no, because you know how when you're driving somewhere and you're like, where do I need to turn? And for some reason, we all turn our radios down. Mm-hmm. I feel like in this scenario, I would just slam that thing off and I would be so focused on what is going
Well,
on.
yeah, but it's not like you're following directions. You're following the car in front of you.
You don't
You're
think
chasing them.
You don't think it'd be like a Baby Driver situation where he's like he starts playing the music, he's like, wait, I gotta.
I think at least at first, once you're out on the road, you'd be like, okay, I'm a little bored. But no, I think the answer is no. I'm not listening to a thing.
Bored. God, I'm so bored. This guy kidnapped my wife, and I've just been following him forever. I wish I could teleport.
Again, I was nice, Nick. Well done. You could just teleport into the car.
Yeah.
There you go. Nice work, Nick. And then wait a half hour and teleport out of the car with your wife.
I'd probably realistically, I probably wouldn't. But if I were to, I would throw on Radar Love because that song makes me speed, and I don't know why.
There you go.
I actively can't listen. If I'm driving and that song comes on, I have to turn it off.
Okay.
It makes me speed.
John?
I mean, I would probably now here's my quandary. I might not even be thinking about it, so the radio's just playing in the background. The real quandary for me would be, let's say the radio is on, but I'm not really paying attention. But I have this sixth sense. Anytime that the Scorpions come on, I am like, boom, or Springsteen, boom. I'm switching. It's like, get out. It's like a Pavlovian response. It's just like, I could be listening to a song I really don't care about, but if it's one of those two, it's just like, oh, got to get it off as fast as I can. I wonder if I would still have that instinct if I were busy chasing down my wife's kid.
We do have to go to break. I need to mention this quick. I have a small fear of when I'm on my deathbed and there's music playing, that the last song I hear is something I absolutely hate. Imagine going out to AC/DC.
That sounds terrible. Sounds like the worst thing that could ever happen.
You know what?
Or Journey.
You'd finally have to have some good music in your life.
If Don't Stop Believing is the last thing I hear, I hope I go to hell.
Tony Soprano. Spoiler alert for the end of The Sopranos.
Whoa.
Jeff writes, teleport into a plane heading to Chicago for 30 minutes. Bingo. You solved the problem.
Yeah.
Going to the airport with teleportation would rock as long as you can take bags with you.
Honestly, yeah, you could just kind of chill by the airport, just find a plane, get your app, and then just go.
Yeah, but here's the problem. If you teleport onto a plane, what if there's no seat for you?
I guess you can stand there.
Yeah, but they won't let. But they will. Yeah, they'll.
Terrorist.
Exactly.
So 9/11 happened.
Guys, I'll leave. Just give me half an hour. I can't go yet.
Seriously, I just need a little bit longer. Just a little bit longer.
Just hitchhike on planes.
Yeah.
There's one right here coming up. I'll be back.
All right. Coming up, we've got content. Did the NCAA do Cal Poly dirty? We've got some NFL questions, including bad news for the Bears and
not again.
Maybe the best commitment video of all time.
Okay.
1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Okay, let's get to some content, Nick.
The Cal Poly Mustangs are the 4-seed darlings of the tournament, but folks are mad online because they have to travel cross-country to Morgantown, West Virginia for their Super Regional, and they have the first game on Friday at 11 a.m. our time, 9 a.m. West Coast body clock time. Is the NCAA and ESPN out to screw Cal Poly?
I don't think they're out to screw them, but they didn't do them any favors. I don't see why this game can't be at least
A share.
the 3 o'clock, and I'm talking Eastern time because that's what the graphic shows, 3 o'clock or the 5 o'clock game.
Sure.
I get why it is the early game because it is Cal Poly at West Virginia. It's not as sexy. Certainly the evening games, the evening game, Ole Miss at Auburn on ESPN2 is probably the highest profile game. But why not start with, why not put the Little Rock Troy game on at 11 and move Cal Poly West Virginia to 5 o'clock?
I couldn't agree with you more, John.
I mean, that's early for a California team, and they're traveling cross country.
Yeah, I feel like it'd be pretty easy to move this game. I mean, why not flip that with the Little Rock Troy game? I think that would be. I mean, we're talking about ESPN2 versus ESPNU. I don't think either of those games are going to be like crazy viewership matchup.
No.
If anything, Little Rock Troy feels like the one that's going to get fewer viewers because at least the other one has a team that was a top 16 seed.
And
Are they
maybe
out to
that's the reasoning is, well, we're putting it on ESPN2.
Yeah, versus you.
But
Deuce.
come on.
Yeah.
It's college baseball. It's not going to – we're not talking about the difference between 1.5 million and 2 million viewers.
Good luck getting your rest there, Cal Poly.
Thank God that's over. That's how Eagles tackle Jordan Mailata described his feelings after the A.J. Brown trade. Tough but fair?
Yeah, the quote, I think Nick is doing a little bit of clickbait here because I saw that
What?
quote and I thought, whoa, is everything falling apart? And maybe it is. But he says, this sounds terrible, but like, thank God it's over. It was a slow pain of just, is he in, is he out? We didn't really know, and that really wasn't the focus of our team, especially on offense. So what he is saying is, he's happy the conversation about it is over. I don't think that on the field they're going to be happy to lose A.J. Brown because he's a really good player. That said, I hope that this brings the entire franchise down. Good luck to you, Mailata. Good job saying his name, Nick.
Thank you.
I think this is one of the things that we can blame on Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel. None of this stuff got talked about much. And then she leaked all.
I mean, she was reporting it. It was true.
But the reason why she had the information was because she was
that and
boinking the coach who was trying to make the deal.
Allegedly boinking. It was also obvious that he was going to get traded. So, good luck. Not really. Oh, both franchises regret this move. Patriots trading a 2028 first. What if they're a terrible team in 2027 and the Eagles now traded away a good player? What if they're terrible this year and forevermore?
I think the Patriots were a terrible team last season. They just kind of lucked into the Super Bowl.
They did go to the Super Bowl. That is true.
Speaking of the Eagles, Josh, ESPN released their updated FPI numbers for the 2026 season today.
Nice.
Philly came in at 10th, one spot ahead of the Cowboys.
Sad.
The defending champs are 4th. The Rams are number 1. And yes, my Dolphins are... So what stands out about the 1 through 31 ranking?
I think that people's radios probably cut out just a little bit there, so I want to make sure that they heard the Dolphins number. 32. The Dolphins, 32. A couple takeaways that I have for you, John. First of all, man, like the top 5 is pretty interesting because I have lots of questions about not so much the Rams, but the Bills have a new head coach. The Ravens have a new head coach. The Seahawks lost some important pieces. The 49ers are always injured. The Packers' best player isn't coming back until October. The Chargers always have people fall apart, et cetera, et cetera. So it tells me it's going to be a pretty fun, wide-open season. Don't really hate a whole lot about this, though, just because I don't really have a ton of strong opinions on that many teams just yet. So, yeah, some of this does make sense to me.
The thing that stood out to me, notice the gap between 1 and 2 and all of the other gaps between places. The Rams, according to the FPI, are plus 5.6. The Bills are plus 4.0. The next nearest wide gap between two different places, I believe, is a half a point. No, I'm sorry. It's 0.7.
No, I found one that's bigger than that. Falcons to Saints 24-25 is 1.2.
Okay, so that, but still.
No, I understand what
that
you're
is
saying,
a smaller gap than the gap between first and second. Listen, I love my team. I think my team's really good.
Already trying to slow down
Look
the
at
hype.
my team.
But
My
man,
team is
they're
amazing.
Are the Rams that much better than the next best team?
No. I just answered your question for
I
you.
would like to think that we are. We certainly have the best fans, the handsomest coach,
Fans?
the best.
There's like 5
the
of
best
you.
quarterback,
Also the
best
most handsome
defensive
offensive
player.
The
coordinator.
most teams in the same stadium.
Ah,
This is telling me if the Rams don't even make the Super Bowl, let alone win the Super Bowl, they would have the most disappointing season in NFL history. That's a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure.
The good news is we're good with pressure.
Are you?
Pressure makes us stronger. We're like coal. You put pressure on us, we turn into a diamond. When you're a champ, you can think like a champ.
well, they're not that good with pressure. They keep getting conned into renewing their timeshare every year.
They own the building,
if
Nick.
if you renew this,
We literally own the stadium.
Here's a cookie. Sign this
If
paper.
anything, make fun of the Chargers. They're the ones that bought into the timeshare. We
we don't
own the
work with a
place.
Chargers fan. We work with a Rams fan, so we have to make fun of you.
So Mike McDaniel's on the Chargers now. I like him.
Oh, he's a good coach, Nick.
He wasn't he? NFL insider Jordan Schultz got this response from Arnold Darnold about a possible return to play.
Oh.
Quote, I'm for sure flirting with the idea. Hell of an opportunity with the Super Bowl in SoFi this year. If I can find the fire, it's a possibility. Josh,
Nick,
are you nervous about your list item?
No, I mean, the first part of the answer is like, oh boy, is he actually going to come back? I'm for sure flirting. By the end of it, he's talked himself out of it. If I can find the fire, that's the guy that you want on your team, John, the dude who doesn't want to be there. If I can work myself into a lather, sure, maybe I'll consider it.
If I get bored enough to want to relive the good old days.
No, he's not going to play for him next year.
God, I hope you're wrong.
I'm like disappointed that you want him to play, given he hasn't done football workouts in years. He will be a shell of himself. This will be like Wizards Michael Jordan. Congrats, you'll have Wizards Arnold Darnold. That's the version of him you want to see. Think of the good old days. You have such great memories about him. And he's going to come back and he's going to be decrepit.
Here's the thing. If he did come back, because of the people he's working around, he's not going to be expected to be the same guy. He's not going to be expected to carry the defense.
Well, they better not expect him to carry the defense because he can't anymore.
And that's
it's a lot of dudes. It's so heavy.
Remember when Tom Brady retired and then he came back and everyone was like, oh, baby, Tom Brady. And then he sucked. You can't do that. You can't
mark
mentally
this audio
leave.
because when he comes back and is the Super Bowl MVP, I am going to play this audio for you.
Lord.
Tom Brady made it to the Super Bowl with the Bucks, didn't he?
No, not after he retired.
Oh.
He retired and came back and they were bad.
Yeah.
I mean, they made the playoffs, but they got owned by the Cowboys.
That's right. I remember that.
God, what a great day.
Caleb Williams is on the Madden 27 cover. How bad will his collapse be this season because of this?
I mean, when you look at the history,
oh boy, it's rough, John.
It is rough. Saquon Barkley last year was half the player that he was the year before. McCaffrey missed the whole season. Josh Allen had a career high in interceptions.
Oh, wow. He did play, though.
Yeah, but Mahomes
is the one guy who broke the curse in that they won the Super Bowl.
Oh, wow. Who was do you have how far back does your list go?
Just to 19.
Because there was who was the Browns running back that was on the list like a decade and a half ago? And he was like it was like, what, the Browns running back? It was this white guy. Can't remember his name. He was not very good, though, that next year. This is tough. You never want to be on the cover. They're talking about a team that's going to be super, super hyped. Good luck to Matt McMaster, our dear Bears fan at the Grum, or at the station, rather.
3-star offensive lineman Ethan Lawson would now like to announce his commitment here on the Grum.
What?
What's up, everybody? I'm here to announce.
What on earth?
That's incredible. I love that. Every announcement video should be that.
Plus that.
Burning
Listen to this again. This dude sounds like he needs to play for West Virginia.
What's up, everybody? I'm
I
for
love
them.
this.
I like how lo-fi it looked too. It looks like a video from like 15, 20 years ago. Like it
Yeah.
was recorded on a VHS.
Well, he was out in the middle of the country there. Maybe he didn't get good Wi-Fi.
Apparently.
Couldn't send it back to the base.
Peyton Hillis,
Base camp.
thank you, Wood Africa. That was the running back.
That is an A++.
Is he any
commitment
good?
video. He's a 3-star.
Okay, good luck to him.
We'll finish off with this one. Michael Severe's Twitter account has gone through it the last 2 days. Last night, it turned into an Elon Musk love fest. Today, it looks like it's fixed, but is it? Is Michael gone from Twitter?
I think a lot of us were scrolling last night. Maybe you were enjoying dinner. You were killing time. I was at a brewery and nobody was talking to me. And so I just took out my phone and started scrolling. And I see all these Elon Musk retweets filling up the TL. And I'm like, what on earth? So I had to do some investigating. I had to scroll a long, long way on that account. And eventually I got to something that looked eerily like a Michael Severe tweet.
So
It was indeed.
I did my own research too. Just typing in that handle, there's like 5 or 6 different accounts with the same exact profile description. And it's just like the last 2 numbers that are changed.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what's going on. I asked Michael.
RIP, man.
I asked him. I said, "Hey, I see it looks like your account got totally taken over," and then he didn't respond to me. So I hope that he's okay, and I hope his phone. Well, he texted me during the show earlier, so I guess he's okay. I'm gonna miss Michael. I hope.
Unless that's the hacker.
I hope that he comes. Oh,
Yeah, I'm
you're
just-
unfollowing him. You're afraid.
Well, I don't know how
Honestly,
this happened.
I unfollowed him.
I blocked that account.
You blocked Michael Severe.
We don't know that that's Michael.
Is it
It's
because
not.
of the color of his skin, Nick?
No, it's because of the Saints jersey.
That's what it was. Have you seen Michael's video? Have you seen Elon Musk lover's video?
It's scary what has happened to his account.
It's
Because
been
had to
so
have clicked
widespread.
something.
Well, the dude from Hot Ones just got hacked too, and then their Twitter account said that he died.
I saw that. That's
which is
wild.
insane.
Yeah, that's mean.
You know what?
What?
This would be a great dumb debate, but if you had a power,
Teleportation.
and that power was if someone tries to hack into whether it's your phone, your computer, that your power was the moment you got hacked, it would send a force back down the line or through the atmosphere back to the hacker, and it would kill them. Would you use?
Well, like
would you want
that's
that,
murder.
Would you want that power?
That's
like
murder,
A
John.
train running through Robin.
That's wow. Great reference, Nick. That's
Thank you.
murder, John. I don't want to
He
murder.
shouldn't.
But
They
we're
shouldn't have
stopping
hacked
the-
me.
But we're stopping the hackers.
That is definitely
See,
true.
It'd be funny if I got teleported in front of the person that did that, just so I could look them in the eyes and be like, "Come on, man."
You're
What are you
combining,
And then have a knife in your hand and you kill them.
doing?" Exactly.
Wow.
Step,
Shame it.
step,
Well,
step.
I'm just giving
I
you
don't
some
wanna-
stuff for the next murder cult meeting.
I do not support murder.
But you would love this power.
No, that's weird.
Imagine the next telemarketer that calls you, and all of a sudden pick up the phone, and all you hear on the
That's
other
not
all you
hacking,
hear on the
Josh.
other end is clunk.
That's not hacking.
What
They're
if
just
the-
calling me?
What if the person?
Well, I would. The power would work for telemarketers too.
What if the
Hackers
person?
and telemarketers?
What if the
Pretty
person
much
that
the same
hacked you
thing.
was Mr. H?
He's dead, Nick. He
But
can't.
what
hack.
if he was?
He doesn't know how to work
not?
a computer.
What if it's Mecha Mr. H?
I like how it's now not only hackers, but it's telemark. What's next? Kids who knock up and ask if you want a cookie.
No.
What? Who else do you want to murder?
Well, how
John?
many kids come to your door and ask if
Referees.
you want a
The
cookie?
referees that trigger you? You got the call wrong. No murder for me. No murder for me. Everybody, anti-murder.
But hackers welcome to Josh's accounts.
No, you know what is welcome to my accounts, John?
What?
Dinner.
1620 the zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up, and on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
BLT.
Nice.
And cheddar cheese soup.
Tonight or that was last
Wisconsin cheese soup. That was last night.
What's tonight?
Don't know.
This is not a critique, so don't take it as one. I've never gotten into the whole BLT thing. Part of it is
Really?
I don't like tomato, but it just doesn't seem like it's enough things. The bacon doesn't seem like enough meat.
Well, you can control the amount of bacon you put on it.
Yeah, make sure you
Like,
put
how much,
enough.
yeah, how much bacon are you putting on?
And you
this
don't.
thing?
I mean, the thing about bacon is it's such an intense meat with the flavor. It's not
is
like
very flavorful,
you don't
yeah.
have to have it stacked like a quarter-pound burger.
Yeah.
And the cool. Oh, sorry. John.
Depending on the size of the bread of the sandwich, I mean, you put like 5 strips on there.
Oh, that does sound good.
That's a pretty meaty sandwich.
I kind of see BLTs as like a hot dog, if you will. All the stuff is kind of a la carte. You can have multiple hot dogs for dinner. You can have multiple
BLTs. Okay. All right. That makes sense.
I mean,
Nick.
I had a BLT.
We had the brats last night. They were awesome. Have some leftovers, and I'm on my own now. So I'm doing brats.
Last night got big ass potatoes, like the size of John's head from No Free Advertising.
Why my head? Why can't it be his
Your head is huge.
Well, they're the size of Josh's teeth.
But
Nice.
So you're like,
Oh,
you're
so
only
they're the
having
potato-
baked potatoes?
so they're
Yes, because they were massive. They were massive potatoes.
Did you have anything in them?
Yeah, it was loaded. So cheese, bacon, chives, whatever. It was
So these
delicious.
potatoes
Still
had
want
like
more.
the eyes growing out of them if they remind you of Josh's teeth.
Nice.
I still want more, but that's okay, Nick.
I'm on my own tonight, so I don't know, I'll get a burger somewhere.
A burger somewhere.
Yeah.
Like a fast food burger?
Yes.
Okay. I know where I would go.
I know where I'm going to go.
Oh, you know where you're going to go?
Yeah.
I
I'm
would
going
go
to Burger King. I like Burger
Yeah,
King.
I'd go to Donna Millie's. If I wanted a burger from a fast food place, Donna Millie's is my go-to. That's the best fast food burger in town, in my opinion.
Oh, I really like Broncos. Broncos is great.
Broncos also very good. Friends of the state.
Once again, I am always limited by I hate crossing over the street.
That's fair.
It needs to be on the same side that I exit. I don't want to cross against traffic.
Understandable.
I'm just
Very fair.
I'm the same way on the interstate. If I'm going to get gas, it's got to be on the side that I'm exiting on. I don't want to go across the interstate and then back across to get back on. Anyway, tomorrow is Thursday.
It is.
We're going to have Kendall Rogers.
Nice getting it.
Thank you.
Super Regional Preview. Robin Washit will continue the Super Regional Preview.
I think we're done asking him about basketball, right? Is football time for Robin?
I mean, Fred had a press conference either today or yesterday.
Maybe he'll have takes on game 1 of the finals.
Oh, game 1 of the finals. Who's going to win?
Knicks. Then it's a gentleman's sweep.
Oh.
Bye.